It starts with a simple question and ends in objective reality. Through our journey from there to here, we find one another and ourselves. And as the next 24 hours breaks free from our last, we gaze onward in reflection of the day.
Come to your own conclusions.
Stay vigilant.
Welcome to the Daily Wrap-Up.
Sunday, June 8th, 2025. Thank you for joining me today. Some important follow-ups in regard to Abrego Garcia that I've been telling you we were going to get to and definitely going to be discussing in depth today. What's interesting is that we're going to have to go into some of the deeper parts of this conversation that we fleshed out a long time ago. And there's a lot of unknowns now, seeing as how, yet again, they're adding a lot of accusation. There's a lot that's been added to it with this recent indictment coming from the same people that have been caught repeatedly lying through their teeth, like bald-faced lying about far more than Garcia. That's not to say that they're lying now. That's for you to decide. But it's interesting to see that how this case has, how it's gone forward. And from Bondi and Noam saying he will never come back to the United States and now having it happen and these different points. And really my point is what this all shows you with what the U.S. government at large, left or right, the way they conduct themselves, the dishonest nature of them, just the inherent sort of, inherent dishonesty as a matter of policy, regardless, if it just might be uncomfortable, make you look bad, they lie. This is our government. This is government, to make it clear. Now, what we're going to show in that case is that they're still lying about him. And I mean, in the cases that we can prove, that doesn't mean he's not a criminal. I don't know that. I don't know every single thing about this person, but it's important to remember that the argument from day one, from this platform at the very least, and a lot of other honest ones out there, the only argument that was being made was not that we knew for sure whether this guy was a criminal, but that we would have been able to a certain extent, had they gone through due process, had they done what they're now being forced to go back and do, acting like somehow this is their success. Sort of like when they lost the Supreme Court judgment 7-0 and still claim they won it. Same kind of thing. This is justice in action, Bondi says. You mean the thing you swore would never happen? So now you're telling us that, so justice is what you said was never going to happen before? The point is they will go along with whatever needs to happen to make the argument make sense for the people that will blindly follow regardless of the narrative, which is a large grouping, unfortunately enough. I don't think it's the majority these days. But we're going to talk about how that's important for a lot of different things as the immigration point overlaps with a lot that's happening in this country, even foreign policy. But where it goes from there, discussing what might happen with this. And I personally think it's saying out the gate that this is, as I said in a recent tweet, is going to blow up in their face. Unless they've just manufactured a ton of evidence that wasn't there before. And I'll show you what I mean by that. Not that they could have just discovered new information, but they're pointing back to something from 2019, something that the last Trump administration made a decision on. And so if we're being told now that there's new evidence, then the only person responsible for not showing that then was the Trump administration. But that's not the point of all of this. It's to understand what matters. The facts, whether he's a criminal, matters. Whether he was here illegally matters. And all of that would be able to be proven from day one had they done what they knew they were responsible or what they were supposed to do, which is respect the constitutional rights of anybody in this country, which includes illegal aliens, which includes people with green cards, visas, and American citizens. If you still haven't come around to understand that yet, you're the reason this is a problem. You're the person they're aiming this ridiculous lowest common denominator, flatly dishonest narratives at, because people like you listening will go along with whatever the team sport politic narrative is of the day. So if you're here, that's a good step, or any other independent platform, because you're willing to at least hear these things out. So consider the alternatives, consider the facts, and realize that there's many, many Supreme Court rulings, Reno versus Flores being one that I cite, that even Scalia pointed out, especially in deportation cases, that due process is not, I shy away from using words like requirement, and because these are inherent God-given rights that exist, whether or not they ever wrote down all that on pieces of hemp paper. That's important to understand. Any person, God-given, these things matter, inalienable. But we're going to get to that in the latter half of the show today. There's a lot of important things I want to get to that I think are very relevant to that case, but a lot of just the many different stories that we've been covering, keeping track of, whether that's surveillance and Palantir, whether that's the health and mRNA and the overlap of that with Palantir and surveillance, or everything everywhere and the overlap of that with Palantir and surveillance. but also some different points around the interesting kind of feud and how that relates. Personally, I think the feud, whether theater or not, and I think we should always consider that, is one of the least important things happening. But it is important as it relates to some of the other conversations, sort of as we touched on it with the recent IMA panel, of how that may be used to distract from what's going on with Palantir, and a lot of different ways to look at that. But overall, I think the important conversation today is about how that relates to immigration, where that seems to be going. But we're going to start with a point on Epstein that I do think is relevant to show the kind of disintegration of people's trust in government, which I think is the best thing we could possibly see right now. That doesn't mean that you just assume anything. Always consider that someone's on your side or somebody may be telling the truth, but it's the skepticism, the inherent skepticism that they try to frame as somehow un-American that is probably the most quintessentially American thing that we have or that we can acknowledge. And so they're always using tactics, different sort of, division tactics, manufacturing consent, or in this case, agent provocateurs, in order to try to drive people into division so they can use that chaos and division to roll out what was already the discussion point from, their plan. And so we're going to discuss California as well today and the overlap of these riots, protests, probably all of those. And what's interesting to see is, as always, it's the same thing. The same exact thing that the right-leaning side at this point was saying, and the other time when it was swapped, right? That we're not responsible for what one individual does, or how do we know they didn't fake that? Or maybe those are agent provocateurs, maybe those are secret Zionists, maybe those are secret Democrats. Yeah, all those always apply, especially when it's something you might not want to consider. In this case, regardless of whether there's violence, that doesn't then mean that anybody who is acknowledging the crimes being committed by this administration, or that ICE are committing on a daily basis, or the lies they're being shown, or in court being exposed for what they're doing, that somehow those don't matter because this person with pink hair did something violent. It's childish, but it's easy. Yes, hold them accountable, put them in jail if they broke the law. But see, now all of a sudden, just like we were saying before in reverse with the trucker convoy, that now they're making it all illegal because, red hats, they're dangerous. They're domestic terrorists. They're anti-Semites. Yeah, remember all that? It was really short time ago. Now the same thing's being done over here. All of a sudden, we need to find a way to shut them down. We need to deploy the military, not just National Guard, you understand. Trump's executive order talks about the military. We'll talk about Posse Comitatus and what that means and why I framed it the way I did in the title. This is a really important development. And if you think this is only about immigration, if you think this is about protest and Democrats, you are lost in the two-party illusion. And far too many people who seem to know better still feel tapped into it. I tend to think it's because it's profitable. I can't know for sure what their intentions are, but I know so many out there that I see every day that I know I've talked with that see through it, and yet still pull back and tap into and stoke the division, acting surprised when certain things happen, when nonetheless, it's always happening. It's frustrating. But recognize the chaos, recognize how that's used. And when Homan and others talk about how we need to suppress speech, whether from politicians or anybody else, because it's causing violence, is that not the exact same thing we were fighting against the left? See, we're trying to desperately, or I guess relentlessly, try to get people to see that it's always like that it's always one power structure trying to make you always, use the thing you hate, or that they tell you to hate, or manufacture you into hating, that using that to attack your neighbor, as opposed to the people who are making you attack your neighbor, or who are using your division to execute certain agendas. It's literally everywhere you look. So let's start today with one quick shout out. Was recently talking, as you guys know, with the dwindling of Truth Clothing and the new store we started, they're talking about bulk sales. I thought it was worth pointing out because they, like everybody else in this field, are struggling. And the bottom line is, if these don't ultimately sell, the more money is lost from their end. And they've been selling a lot of good content for a lot of different people in the truth community. So if you're interested in buying some TLAV content stickers, or rather TLAV shirts, stickers, anything on the store, just reach out to them. I can't be in between. They'll be the ones to talk to you about what deals they may make. I do get a small percentage of it, as it's been reduced in cost, but it still supports us. So if you're interested in maybe buying a bunch of them, they'd be really appreciative of that, and it would help TLAV. And maybe you could, turn around and sell them yourself. I don't care. Do whatever you want with them. But the bottom line is, they're willing to take bulk offers if somebody's interested. So reach out. The information will be on the website, links included, and on the website right now. So let's start with Epstein. I do think is an interesting point to discuss, and this will obviously overlap with the Elon and Trump kind of explosion that we're seeing. which I do very much. I mean, look, let me put it this way right at the gate, since this has been ongoing. I honestly, my genuine opinion about this is that it's a little bit of both. I said this on the IMA recent discussion we had in regard to that both can exist. Clearly, I don't think these people really like each other. Like most of this cabinet, or I mean, there's so many examples of them, right before they got there saying Trump's a grifter or Elon's an idiot or he doesn't know this or that. And now they're, then they got jammed together. And a lot of us were saying ego or, whatever else. Or just looking at Trump's past record with unprecedented nature of people spinning off of his cabinet, it's clear that this was something we thought was likely. But just general information shows you that I don't think they really like each other. So that was obvious to consider that it might end up that way. So that could be the reality. And then they also could decide to work together for a larger agenda, maybe because Israel pays them both to, or maybe because they both like the technocratic agenda, maybe because they both like power over you. There's always ways these align. I make the point during COVID-19, where I don't think that every government is all of the same mind of exactly what they want to do. They weren't all, they're not all exactly one thing. They all, in my opinion, would be happy to take tools and mechanisms and enforcement arms, things that could control your life. All the different COVID-19 technocratic things we're seeing, they're drooling over it. Like with what China's doing. They all see the power of how that can be used. And maybe they pretend it's for good, if you want to think that. I don't think any government's out there to protect you. The bottom line is you saw them lockstep on certain things, but I don't think at the end of the day they were, they're insofar as they can gain those things, but still doing what they want. And sometimes they butt heads, maybe even go to war over it. But they're still willing to align when it comes to controlling you. Very important way to think about that. And so overall, I think it's important to consider that maybe they weren't always together in regards to being partners or whatever, but they were together when it came to whatever agenda was playing out. And my point is, I think that still can apply. Whether they decided to break apart because they hate each other, because it was all theater to hide what was going on with Palantir, or maybe saddle Elon alone with what Palantir was and what they did with Doge and AI government and using your personal data and what we're going to get to today, which what I think actually adds a whole other level of whether or not there's a foreign entity kind of dictating what this was. I'm of the mind that something just happened really quickly, actually, since whatever just happened in regard to them splitting and whatever's going forward from there. I think that whatever just took place through this administration, which we're going to touch on with Elon Musk secretly relaying information from the White House, which is Washington Post, Daily Beast, and a few others that have covered it, that like I said, with the ethics pledges, with the influence, the Doge discussion, and the removing silos, having access to just unfettered personal information with no oversight, all this stuff. And then all of a sudden this breaks away. I'm of the mind that whatever it was just happened. I don't mean like a one spot thing. I mean, they're if something was happening, they did that. And now point is that, let's just say, my mind, I think Israel is literally reaching through these people that they're funding through this government. It's been going on for a decade, a century. But my point is, I shouldn't say it that specifically, but they've been around that long. That for a long time, the Israeli government has been influential and overtaking this government. But wondering whether or not they did so. And that the access there, and again, you can consider China, consider just some technocratic Silicon Valley entity. But I think that they accessed and have control over many things, and that is done. I'm not trying to be hyperbolic. I want you to have your mind where I think this is, and to where now, whatever actions they took in the interest of the technocratic control structure, your surveillance, the data, the social credit direction, that's happened already. And I just think that's important to consider. Now, going back to this, and we'll come to that in a second, around what the information using Starlink that was able to fly out of the White House overlap this point, which I think is interesting. You saw this with Musk tweeting about Donald Trump being on the Epstein files. I only include that because it's relevant to the point today. Apparently, he deleted that. And he says, mark this post for the future. The truth will come out. So that's relevant to some clips we're going to watch. But keep that in mind because that is now deleted. Musk post piles pressure on Justice Department to release Epstein files. So this is a Wall Street Journal, and it says Democrats join calls for Trump appointees to release promised details from the federal investigation into the disgraced financier. Now, it's of course possible that the Democrats, maybe the ones that call for it, aren't guilty, and there are some that are there that are, and they want to stop it, of course. Is it possible that these Democrats are guilty and they're calling for it because they know they won't release it so they look like they're innocent? Sure. All these things are possible. What's also possible is that the people that are saying this, calling for it to be released, are ones that want to see that because they think that there's something that hurts their enemies. And the people that are not calling for it to be released have a reason not to. That's Occam's razor. The simplest explanation tends to be the right one, all things considered. Not always the case, but I think it's interesting that we're getting told from a bunch of people packed into the right side of this conversation that the Democrats are the ones that don't want this to be released. Now, they're the ones that seem to be calling for it more, and they're the ones saying no, that we, pumping the brakes. But at the same time, you've got a thread from the right-leaning commentators saying we tricked them. We did this all to trick them into calling for their release, and now they're going to be exposed. Kind of hard to make that make sense with the way it's happening thus far, but keep that in mind. So, Nancy Mace is one of those people. One of the most dishonest people in all of this, in my opinion. She's very transparent, very, always on, always trying to project some kind of a narrative, an agenda, and very much tapped into the same things we're talking about, the same pro-Israel, blind genocide supporting kind of monster. And she says Democrats all of a sudden want to release the Epstein files, which there's plenty of people on left and right that have called for this before. It's always about framing it as all or nothing, because people that want that to be the case, who support her, will just pretend that's the reality. There's no nuance in their mind. It's all evil, pedophile, deep state Democrats, right? Except the reality is there's a lot of pedophile, deep state things throughout both sides of this paradigm if you understand the full picture. But when you always frame it all or nothing, it's easy to fall in line. It's like watching your favorite soap opera or your favorite reality TV show. Now it says, thank you, Donald Trump and Elon Musk, as if they orchestrated this to execute this plan. Is that possible? Sure. Well played, gentlemen. Game, set, match. It's just so, the point is, if that had happened and there was a conclusion to this, that would be an appropriate statement. But to say it while it's still fleshing out and it doesn't feel that's where it's going, that feels like a desperate effort to try to maintain some control over the narrative, which is what these people need. I said pathetic, desperate, and of course, they will never release the files, my opinion. So this will age about as well as most of what this manipulator says. Here's another one, TC Drano. I'm sure you're not going to be shocked by the ones that are presenting this stuff. And it says, Dems are walking right into the trap, which was the kind of talking point of a lot of these grifters that day. Democrats, I guess the Democrats, says, kill the bill and release the Epstein files. Okay, so if you think that they are in those, then what do you mean, the trap? You think you tricked them into calling for what they know is going to... It just seems like a really poorly thought through argument. I'm of the mind they're all criminals, guys. Just make sure you understand that. But this just feels lazy. These people are completely tapped into whatever... opportunist is even too light of a word for this. But the point is, is this you? Remember him holding the Epstein... What happened to phase 2, Drano? What happened to phase 2 binders? You said phase 1, and I made a big point about that. It's clearly meant to imply there was multiple phases. Well, I guess we'll have to wait and see. Here is Caitlin Johnstone citing Dinesh D'Souza saying, is this some sort of perverse scheme to force the release of the Epstein files? How great would it be to have a horde of bad guys publicly exposed? Then Trump and Elon break out the champagne. Elon says, told you I could get the Democrats to scream for the list. Laughter. Now, at least he's asking it as a question, but it's still just the same old thing. And Caitlin says, Trump supporters will spin literally every single thing he does as a brilliant 4D chess maneuver against the deep state. And to be clear, it's a different style of turn, but the Democrats do the same thing for their God-chosen ideologues. It's the same. It may not be the, brilliant 4D chess move against the deep state, but it's some other alternative of whatever they do will turn into making it powerful for us or calling out the other side. It's the two-party illusion. It's partisanship. Wake up to it, guys. There's never been a better time for those that are new to this to start being honest about how childishly dumb and cartoonish the same thing every day is. All these ridiculous people that we all know, we all see it. They're blindly cheerleading for their team, and we allow that. Most of you are somewhere in the middle. Stop falling into those categories because they're popular, because they're shown as the ones you're supposed to listen to. Says he could show up at the press conference eating a corpse of a baby, and within minutes, they'd be calling it a devastating blow to George Soros and the woke CIA. Charlie Kirk says, let me get this straight. Democrats tried to put Trump in prison for 700 years. Did they? There's a lot of narrative out there, but what actually happened? Take his business empire from him. Okay, what happened? Impeach him twice. What happened? Take him off the ballot. What happened? And censor him on all censorship. Okay, what happened? There's a lot of movement there and a lot of powerful people in government. You're telling me not a single thing actually happened to actually hold him accountable for crimes he actually committed? I'm not speaking about any one thing in particular. They're all criminals. If you can't see that by now, then you're part of the problem. The idea that this is somehow, that you can't at least consider that all of that was in order to get people like Charlie to think that they're on your side, because reverse psychology apparently is the thing of the day. Like we're stuck back in kindergarten. Like literally people are being tricked by the most basic. He's the other thing. So that means he must be the other, like basic reverse psychology. But it says, all while they were sitting on the info that Trump was on the Epstein list. This is total and complete nonsense. Well, you're saying that because you don't think it adds up. That very statement, even if exactly the truth, could obviously be true. The point is, no, it is the childishly naive argument that there are only two parties, and just one of them is the so-called deep state. This is what's complete nonsense. There is just one government, and you are clearly on its side against the people. This false binary is over. The point is, if you can't recognize by now, or at least the possibility, which I think is based on the more evidence in the conversation than anything else, that these people are on the same side when it comes to the main arguments, and that when that comes out, well, that'll expose the government. And so the government does not want that to happen. Whether we're talking about intelligence and in 1,000 different ways, this will overlap with things they're all a part of. But Charlie wants you to think that somehow, because it didn't happen, therefore we know Trump's innocent. We know the Democrats are bad. It's just lazy thinking, which is, you listen to these guys debate. They're lazy. Here is a clip Michael Tracy shared. Let's watch it first, of Kash on Joe Rogan.
If I had a shred, me, Kash Patel, had a shred of evidence, the Russiagate guy, the Jan 6 guy, the COVID origins guy, had a shred of evidence that this guy was...
Don't you love how he labels himself as all those things, right? Kash is those things? Really? It's just so frustrating how people just like jump and like these are government connected entities these are mainstream, and they're acting like they were the ones. They're the guy talking about that. They're the ones origin. Like they're lying to you about almost every single one of those conversations, and every one of them they pull a punch, whether it's January 6th or COVID-19 or any of it, especially COVID-19. Half their own base is calling them out. But it's just funny that he sits there in front of Joe and calls himself the guy for those things. It's just, there are people that will fall for that. That's how simple it is today. People like Cat Turd.
Murdered. I would be the first guy to bring this case. This guy was murdered. I would be the first guy to bring this case hard and fast. And
oh, great argument. You know me, I'm the good guy. So if it was here, you would know. Can we go now? Are we done? Right. So you lean into emotional, suggestive argument. The idea that he's on my team, therefore I know. No, you're in kindergarten level if you're falling for something like that.
I would even doing press conferences every week on it. Mm-hmm. The first guy.
Or you're lying about it because you were told to, and you know your lane, right, bud?
That's what I'm asking people to play out to their logical conclusion. I'm not Comey. I'm not McCabe. I'm not the guy that was in the seat before. I have a wildly different background. I've been put in...
None of that means anything in regard to whether or not you're lying, or how about you're blackmailed? How about we're talking about a monolithic, multiple different things, if you want my honest opinion about it, but a massive entity or entities that can turn the world against you. You're not going to think for 1 second that he wouldn't be told, if you do that, we'll murder your entire family. He wouldn't get up there and lie. I'm not trying to give him a pass. I'm just trying to make it the most extreme possible. Or maybe he's just not the guy you think he is. Or maybe he wants to go along with Trump administration, which literally is laying out the idea that you either lie for us or you're not part of the team, which, and not really much different than the other dishonest government. But the point is, obviously, he could just be saying that. Or maybe they convince him that showing this will hurt the country, and therefore I have to lie because I love America. You don't think these basic things could have convinced someone like that? You know it would.
Out the truth my entire career. Why would I risk all of it on this guy?
Power, money, influence, control.
I believe you. Catch the letter.
Oh, yeah.
I believe you. I just think that, the problem is we've been fuming on this conspiracy for so long. And we love conspiracies, don't we?
Oh,
as a country,
it's
there's
good,
so
right?
much fun.
I mean, they make
JFK tapes. Come on.
So I'm
How much can you talk about what you've seen?
Not yet. Just what I've told you.
Can you say you've seen anything?
I mean, again, personal opinion, and this is just me, gut instinct. And this is, there's a lot of people out there. Charlie Robinson made the same points. The point is, these people, the way that they look, the way their furtive eyes, their uncomfortable seat, the way that they're sitting, the way that they're moving, you ask anybody who does this for a living, that's never, in my opinion, proof that they're lying. But it get every red flag. Like that interview where he was sitting at the high chair and Bongino, they look like they were, like even their own followers said it a hostage video, right? They look like they are concerned. Completely my opinion.
Can you say you've seen anything?
No, that's the point, that there's nothing in there. All
right, so he starts by saying, I can't really get into it, but then goes, but there's nothing there. I mean, that very answer is ridiculous. Even Tim Dillon was having a heyday about it.
Video. You guys would be bored.
You talking about the video of the murder or the suicide?
The suicide.
But
Except that there was no cameras, or they told you it broke down, or they had all these different narratives are conflicting every day.
what about the video from the island?
Oh, sorry. So you're talking about two different things. So
sorry.
So again, we're going to give you everything we can, and people have to remember.
Oh,
we're not going to re-victimize women. We're not going to put that shit back out there. It's not happening, because then he wins. Not doing it.
I'll give you one that Tim says in the interview, or the clip he makes next. So you couldn't just blur their faces out, or in any way? Didn't Bongino say he was going to clean it up for you? That argument doesn't fly.
You want to hate me for it? Fine. Again, logical play out. If there was a video of some guy or gal committing felonies on an island and I'm in charge, don't you think you'd see it?
See what I'm saying? That's a childish argument. Like, if you're a grown-up in a room full of people that are discerning adults that that know what happens in politics, or just even the most basic, or somebody who just works with normal people. If someone goes, I know, trust me, you go, okay, well, maybe I shouldn't. Am I crazy? Or, if I was the guy, then I would have done it like this. That's not you. You consider, okay, he could be telling the truth, but that's not convincing. That's just him saying so. He might as well just say, I'm not lying to you. That's all that he just did right there. You could go off for 45 minutes about how if I had it, I would do this. And you know me, I'm not the kind of guy. His answer is, trust me. That's his answer. And maybe that's enough for you. Maybe that's enough for people that think you should blindly trust politicians. Not me, though.
If you have access to it.
If I have it, period.
I'm sorry, let me play this through, because this is part that he was making fun of too. It's very cryptic and I think meant to be confusing. That was the point he was laughing at.
Felonies on an island and I'm in charge. Don't you think you'd see it?
If you have access to it.
If I have it, period.
Right.
If I have it.
So
where else would it be?
Right.
What?
If you have it.
Right.
But you can't say that you have it.
No, we're giving you everything we have.
So far.
Everything we have so far is
have
the
you guys gone over?
Where else would it be? You see what I'm saying? Like, that's not an argument somebody who's intelligent makes. I almost just cussed really loudly. Anywhere else, man. How about literally anywhere else? Because if it's not here, it could be anywhere else. It could be hidden somewhere. It could be in government. I don't have to make a joke, but it could be anywhere. Where else would it be? Like, that is the kind of argument that gets blind followers to go along. That's my point. People that would go along with that are already on your team before you started talking.
All the video that's available?
Yeah, that's what I'm telling you. That's what takes so much damn time.
Video that's available?
Everything we have so far is
have you guys gone over all the video that's available?
Yeah, that's what I'm telling you. That's what takes so much damn time.
Right.
And
is there video from the island?
Not of what you want.
Do you get the sense this guy's not even looking at anything? Like, literally, this is the clown they roll out to take the clapping seal to take your attention away from what's going on. Legitimately, I'm just asking the question, because the responses he's giving give me the indication that he's not even involved. That's just my gut feeling. Like, it just seems very strange the way you're responding to that. Like, every single answer he has.
The island?
Everything we have so far is
have you guys gone over all the video that's available?
Yeah, that's what I'm telling you. That's what takes so much damn time.
So you have teams of people going over this stuff. I just don't buy that.
And
is there video from the island?
Not of what you want. The people out there have filled the void with can't wait to see X, Y, or Z.
Right, speculation.
And I'm like, here's the other thing I've been asking for, right? Open.
And to be clear, that's not the truth. Bondi and others have constantly floated this bombastic idea, which is probably the truth, that there's tons of evidence and video of terrible things, because that they thought would get get you rolling and get support for the team, because we're going to expose all this stuff. And that's how they think. And this is not my opinion. There's a clear track record that is probably one of the worst I've seen in a long time of this administration. I think it's because of the people that were chosen for the reasons they were. A Bondi, a Noam, a Hegseth. These people aren't that smart. They're not they're the worst. Like, if we're going to talk about a meritocracy, they are not the best person for this job. They're the most loyal, the most blindly adherent to whatever you're told to do. That makes sense. And maybe that's what you want. But my point is that these people have constantly said whatever is, they don't think through. They're not long-term players. They are screaming what makes sense in the moment and being contradicted 30 seconds later. Trump does it too. Maybe there's a design. Maybe that's because we're being destroyed. I don't know. But I think that's quite obvious.
If you have information on this, call us. Tell us. The best resource we have is the American people in the world.
Right.
Get me the tail numbers. Get me the flight, get me new information, and I will run that down.
So this narrative might not be accurate, that there's video of these guys doing this.
Exactly.
Is it possible that the video was taken and destroyed?
Well, no, what are we talking about? Video of what? I mean, nobody has argued that we know, like, this is what we know exists. I'm sure somebody's making claims. Most of us are going, we want evidence. You keep telling us you have evidence that you can tell he killed himself. Prove it. It's just very, very simple. If you're convinced, then make that clear. Not some video you claim of him, rather, if it's a video showing him leave or opening the door and there's nobody else in there, that's not going to convince anybody, because what happened before that? It's just late. You already know where this is going. There's so many overlaps to this. And the point is, now you're trying to make it about, what do you say again?
Not be accurate, that there's video of these guys doing this.
Exactly.
Is it possible that the video was taken and destroyed?
Of course.
Well, you're talking about, decades worth of stuff, right? Remember, we have what we have pursuant to lawful.
Why couldn't he just say yes? Because, I think he's trying to cultivate something very specific. Of course it's possible it's destroyed. That was one of the first things we talked about. Is that, why would they be holding all of this? Why would they have all this other than for some, blackmail operation? And if this is information that it put them personally, they would have destroyed it, in my opinion. Or unless there's somebody else running the show, unless it's the sitting in Israel right now, and seeing there's a lot more to this. So that answer seems strange.
Search warrants and authorities from the case that was done, however many years ago it was done. That's what we have. If other people have other stuff and they want to give it to us, bring it.
What are you talking about? I just think about how crazy it is that you guys were the ones that set the tone. You told us that you had this mountain, all this stuff to go through, give us time. We have the files. And this is the response that, like, you acting like you just, there's nothing there. So if you got more, you are the one, you guys are think about the idea of pretending like you're this kind of inept in the middle, you got something, send it our way. We're just dealing with what we have in front of us. One of the leading intelligent, whether you are or not, but the U.S. and Israeli intelligence apparatus is not a small thing. I just think that is insane to pretend that he just needs Joe from the corner to send him a videotape that he got. Where would he get anything from? Well, why would any American have information about what happened in that jail cell, which is the only thing we're ever really talking about? I guess the broad point is about, what the claim of victims, or rather the people that were involved that aren't being pointed. Not victims, but people that Epstein and the rest worked with, right? So if you're being the point from the very beginning, if you're being accused of a crime of trafficking, who did they traffic to? How can you prove he did this if you can't prove, if there's not it's not victim, it's a customer, right? There's nothing, not a single allegation, not a single point, no data, the whole thing across the board. This is not just my opinion. Most of the right part of the conversation feels the exact same way, which is why I feel like they're spinning out right now.
Have you guys reviewed everything that you have?
Almost. Yes, we have. And now.
What? You see my point, guys? That is a classic sign, right? That's dishonesty. Almost. Or yes, you're correct. It just feels he's bad at this, guys.
Yes, we have. And now we're figuring out stuff and they want to give it to us.
Now, and watch his eyes when he makes that answer.
Bring it.
Have you guys reviewed everything that you have?
Almost. Yes, we have, and now we're figuring out how to put it out. I'm not trying to, I'm not psychic. Everything in me screaming that guy is dishonest. Everything. But that's my opinion. You guys can decide for yourselves. Now, Michael Tracy says, all it takes is a friendly visit from the FBI director to convince Joe Rogan that Epstein killed himself. And there are no compromising videos of powerful people from Epstein Island. Just like that, the deep state gets a makeover as a benign force for podcast truth-telling. The idea is, again, if you don't remember the story, like the basic premise that this guy was able to do this in the circumstances he was in it's absurd. And let's not forget the autopsy that the guy, I forget was I almost had it. I forgot the something hyoid bone, I think, right? Hyoid, I think was what it was. Remind me if I'm wrong on that. But the point was the claim was that there's no way you could do that with the claim that he killed himself. That guy was very clear about that. He stood by that. No, this is the evidence shows not killing him. They don't care about that. Or the idea that the
materials for the bed sheets supposed to use are basically paper and would tear, or the idea that he didn't have high enough ever to do, like the idea that he could lean and choke himself, it's just wrong. So only thing that makes sense is whether somebody did that, whether he's not alive, or somebody helped him. Basically said, do this and we won't kill your family, or we won't, or whatever the pressure point is. You know, there's the idea that you can pretend like this was just him killing himself. That's why nobody trusts this, because that's like saying Warren report, 9/11 report, we know they're true. Everybody everywhere knows they're not true. They know we know they're not true, but they just leave it there because they pretend that we're wrong. They pretend the mainstream, you're the conspiracy theorist in the corner. I think it was something like 70% of people when the Warren report came out about JFK at the time didn't believe it. Same thing with the 9/11 report. Same thing with the COVID. They don't believe you, and they just pretend that you're in the corner alone. David says, Rogan and MAGA media mob have always been frauds. Hasn't someone been given so much SHIT for saying so for so long? But it's true all the same. Rogan pushed his mate Musk with softball questions and arse kissing, and then endorsed Trump with softball questions and arse kissing. The three of them deserve each other. Now here's Benny Johnson with Luke Rudkowski. Sure missed the days back when he was doing journalism personally, and it says, Luke drops a bombshell. We will never get the Epstein files. They aren't at the FBI. They're with Mossad. And now he didn't. So what's funny is that's Benny Johnson's statement. That's not even what he said. We'll watch it. He says, I think they're with the government. They're with the CIA. They're with Mossad. They're with MI6. Broadly as one kind of concept. They're somewhere with intelligence. Of course, Benny Johnson is trying to get clicks and shares, which is what he does for a living, and misquotes him. But watch his eye. Look at his face when you're watching this. It's almost like, as he's saying, it's kind of like you see him in his face going, I don't know. This feels like it's bad for Trump. I'm not sure how I'm supposed to respond here. My personal opinion. As Dabu says, gatekeeper shills, but listen to what he has to say, and you tell me what you think about this.
We ever going to get it?
No, I don't think we will. And that's the kind of sad realization. I think, listen, I think as soon as Donald Trump was elected, a lot of the files, weren't kept. You can't expect criminals to, incriminate themselves. I don't think the files are at the FBI. I think they're...
Okay, so after he was elected. So the implication being Democrats destroyed it. Are we really doing that? One of these people's right there. I damn well know you know better than that. The idea of this two-party game, the Democrats were trying to hide it because they're the guilty ones. It's silly. I mean, it's like the most childish thing in this conversation, but it's reality TV. I just can't get past how silly that is. This argument that somehow they would destroy. I mean, and again, what you're saying is somehow that, it's all hypothetical. The bottom line is, if we don't get anything, then what does that say about Kash and Bondi and Trump and everybody else who's been telling you they have stuff to show you? You see what I'm saying? Like there's so many arguments from people like this that are clearly tapped into the Trump promotion side of the conversation that they know better, that they would say at the end of the day, the argument doesn't hold water in a lot of different ways. But I'll leave it there. Let's watch
at the CIA. Right. I think they're at you can't expect criminals to, incriminate themselves. I don't think the files are at the FBI. I think they're at the CIA. Right. I think they're at MI5. I think they're at the Mossad headquarters. Right. I think they're at different places and different locations. But even when they are there, they're not officially writing Dear Diary tales. I don't think the files are at the FBI. I think they're at the CIA. Right. I think they're at MI5. I think they're at the Mossad headquarters. Right. I think they're at different places and different locations. But even when they are there, they're not officially writing Dear Diary. Today, we stole this many children from this high school and then we procured them to whoever it might be. I don't think they're doing that. I thought legitimately that there was a whistleblower. I thought that there was someone within the old administration that said, I got all the documents. I got all the receipts. I got some proof here. That didn't happen here.
Okay, so the only implication there is that you're being lied to by the Trump administration. You tell me where I'm missing something. If we're being told all of that, and what you're saying is correct, then the Trump administration is lying to you. You have to piece those together and recognize that there is just as much evidence as for left and right in this conversation, despite all the efforts to frame it anywhere else they can, including Trump himself, very clearly implicated so many times over with Epstein that people just want to try to avoid.
We got a letter saying, please give us your stuff. And the FBI is not going to incriminate themselves. So I think the administration is stuck in a very tough position right now because they kind of overpromised here. The FBI made sure that they didn't get anything. The one FBI agent that actually held information back was actually forced to retire.
Yeah, and who is he? Where'd he go to jail? Right. So now we're just towing the lines of a narrative that was given to explain why they didn't have access. It was the one Democrat holdover. Why isn't he in prison then? If you're telling us literally this guy was the reason we didn't get what we needed. Now I'm not talking about Luke here. I'm talking about what they've been. There was the statement from Bondi and the rest. The only two things are possible: that they took over and they had access to this stuff, which is what the narrative was, and they were going through it, or it was somebody else that sabotaged it and they didn't do anything about it. Or I guess that it's not true at all. I don't know why in the world, especially people like this, would take at face value the narrative of a government. Seems like we know better than that.
And then he got a round of applause from all of the people as he was leaving the office, which I thought was just extremely weird here, as I think there should have been a bigger investigation and potential obstruction of justice charges here.
Now, the only way to make sense of that is that they let that go. Now, why would that make sense? Because it's one government and they're all implicated. That's my opinion.
If we were taking this seriously. I think some people are and this is why the rumors of a conspiracy are so very vast here, sadly. And I think we have every right to be skeptical, and I think we have every right to believe that this is a bigger conspiracy than we even imagined it to be.
Well, kind of saying a lot of nothing, but I think at the end of the day, the problem is that there are people trying to explain away why it's okay to keep trusting this government, which is what they do every single day. And so I agree. Here's what Tim Dillon had to say, which, it's this is the kind of stuff that becomes like, how in the world everyone's not calling this out? And that's what I mean. You're the people that are on one side of this that are choosing to look away from anything. Now, yes, you have people on the other side of this who feel this is unique to the right, who are all jumping on board. That doesn't make it false. They're the same thing in reverse that will choose to ignore it when it happens to their side. I don't think that's the majority of the conversation. So these people should be disregarded in regard to the relevance to where this goes, whether or not it's the majority, because the facts are right in front of you. Just recognize how often the partisans will play that same game. Here's
Kash Patel talking about why they can't put the Epstein stuff out because it will re-victimize the women.
We're not going to re-victimize women.
What?
We're not going to put that shit back out there. It's not happening, because then he wins. Not doing it.
Hold on. Stop that for a minute. It's the craziest thing I've ever heard. Why wouldn't you just blur the victim?
If there was a video of some guy or gal committing felonies,
but there is,
and I'm in charge, don't you think you'd see it?
Yes, but that's why everyone's confused. Pam Bondi said there were videos. She's the attorney general. She goes, there's hundreds of hours of video. That's a quote from Pam. Get the Pam Bondi quote up about the videos. There are tens of thousands of videos of Epstein with children or child porn, and there are hundreds of victims. So that's Pam Bondi. Now let's go to Kash Patel, who goes, so if there were things, let's go. Kash Patel, everyone.
Right. So Kash has been caught lying many times. Pam Bondi, a lot. I mean, in regard to the lie, I mean, whether it's Garcia, which we'll get into, or countless other examples. And again, if you can't be honest about that, it's not even, it's blatant misinformation, and it's not unique to left and right. But the reality is she's been caught so many times over, lying about people that are being arrested and claiming people are criminals when they're not. I mean, or claiming everyone you deport. I mean, you guys have seen this show. Hopefully you know what's going on. My point is, she could have been lying about that to make it seem like she was breaking news and we're changing everything. And then she just didn't factor in that you might look stupid when that doesn't come to pass, or it is the truth. And now he's covering it up. All that's possible. Recognize from a nonpartisan perspective how that's usually what's going on.
If there was a video, don't you think you'd see it?
If you have access to it.
If I have it, period.
Right.
If I have it.
You got it? Where it is? Where is it?
Where else would it be?
Where is it?
If you have it.
Right.
Right.
But you can't say that you have
This is who's on first. Get up the famous joke, who's on first.
The fellow playing first base for St. Louis.
Who?
The guy on first base.
Who is on first?
Well, what are you asking me for?
I'm not asking you, I'm telling you, who is on first?
I'm asking you who's on first.
Now
That's the
stop
man
that.
saying.
Now go back to Patel.
Where else would it be?
Right. If you have it.
Right.
But you can't say that you have it.
No, we're giving you everything we have.
So far.
Who's on first?
Everything.
What are you asking me for?
Now, here's another clip Ryan put out here, which is basically the juxtaposition of the two statements, which I think is better to look at.
Logical play out. If there was a video of some guy or gal committing felonies on an island and I'm in charge, don't you think you'd see it?
Tens of thousands of videos of Epstein with children or child porn, and there are hundreds of victims. and no one victim will ever get released. It's just the volume, and that's what they're going through right now. The FBI is diligently going.
So did she lie, or is he lying? Maybe they're both lying somehow. Wouldn't surprise me. You just have to recognize how on brand this is for the U.S. government. It's just, and these people are especially ridiculous. These people, I don't even think the person in Bonnie's position, or her in particular, is aware that she's being misled. I don't even think it matters. It's like the White House press secretary, KJP, or leave it. They repeat what they're told. And I think that's how the Trump administration currently operates, as I'll point out as we get closer in a minute. In regard to the Garcia point, as in regard to Bonnie in particular, that people are being pushed out because they simply go, well, this is incorrect. What about, this is not true about what they said. What about due process? You're fired. You're not doing what we want. You're not zealously fighting for your client, as they framed. And now the reality is coming out regardless that they didn't. But the point is, if you don't toe the line, even if you know they're wrong, you get pushed out. So people then learn from that. Whether on a global scale in like manufacturing consent, or in a government and their administration, people then start to learn how they're supposed to act. And there's no shortage of people that are hungry for power, usually who are, not that bright, not that versed on a lot of things, but they'll sure as hell try really hard and lie just the way you like. And let's not forget, by the way, Jeffrey Epstein invested with Peter Thiel, which will point out a couple of overlapping things in health and Palantir as we go forward. Just think that's relevant to highlight how much this all completely interlocks. We should not ignore the possibility that this is one of the many reasons this whole thing's being held back, because Peter Thiel and Palantir are controlling, are a very powerful, influential part of whatever they're currently building. And you know what I think, but there's a lot of possibilities. But don't you think if I had it that you'd see it? If I had it, you would know. Okay, then we're good to go. Not like somebody this powerful and this influential couldn't ruin your life if you didn't do what you were told, right? I mean, that's not even what I think is happening. I'm just trying to point out that it's absurd for people to take these things at face value. Jones tags this and says, Kash Patel asked if he had access to the Epstein files in reference to Trump Musk online feud. Kash won't comment. Literally says on the show, I know my lane, and that ain't it. Kind of not something you want from an FBI director, to stay in their lane when it comes to this kind of conversation. You're supposed to be going after what's right and wrong, the law, exposing crime. You're staying in your lane, then you're not doing that, because these people are your superiors. And if they're doing it, the point is, if the president broke the law, they're supposed to care about that. You damn well know, left or right, that's not how this works today. But Jones says, why is the FBI director, who I support, that seemed unnecessary, but very clearly for a reason, destroying himself in front of the world? What a weird thing to say. You have a guy who's being called out by your entire team, and I support. I just feel like there's a clear, I simply said, who I support. I said, post a clown emoji if there's someone in the room with you, Alex. Just seems like a weird thing to say. Here's the clip.
Since we were talking about fake news, this is going to come up because it's been going on since we've been recording here. Elon and Trump seem to be in a bit of a spat, Joe. You want to check the tweet that Elon just put out a little bit ago?
Time to drop the really big bomb. Donald Trump is in the Epstein files. That's the real reason they have not been made public. Have a nice day. Jesus Christ.
I'm not participating in any of that conversation between Elon and
Have a
Trump.
nice day, DJT. Someone should take his phone away.
They're going back and forth about different things. And
yeah. Listen,
well, he said he was disappointed in Elon.
Yeah, they told him to leave.
Jesus Christ, that's a crazy thing to say. How does he know? Does he know that Donald Trump is in the Epstein files?
And look, you obviously know, because a child could factor this logic through, that he could know for a million different reasons. Maybe because he was there too. Maybe because Donald told him. Maybe because he has access to things that nobody else does, because he has access to every data point in the effing government. I mean, let's be real. The idea is there's a lot of ways that he could, if that was the case. I mean, it's just as likely that he did that just to pressure Trump to back down, maybe because it was false. I mean, there's all sorts of possibilities. To me, right now, the point is the way that they respond to these things.
So does he have access to the Epstein files?
I don't know how he would, but I'm just staying out of the Trump-Elon thing. That's way outside my lane.
What the fuck are they doing?
I know my lane, and that ain't it.
I just don't.
What?
I mean,
how embarrassing.
I understand he owns Twitter. I think it's bad for your mental health.
Ultra Methylene Blue is now available in sealed capsules, supercharged with organic.
Oh, that's crazy. Ultra I just think that's hilarious. You'll never see me doing that, guys, no matter what. But here, next point. Oh, wait, did I have that up twice? Oh, looks like I did. How did I do that? That's weird. And then the last one, here's what Cat Tree put out. Most of the influencers on Twitter are rich kids. I don't know how you possibly know that. And they've never done anything else. Again, he's just framing a narrative for you the way he wants you to think, it's just people that it's amazing that either the hubris, the idea that you somehow know these things. These are just random followers, that are blind. I take it back though. You get 3 million followers on this platform, especially with the kind of influence around the sycophant influence of Elon's, whatever you want to call it. You gain a lot from that. They're probably making lots of money and they probably have lots of influence in ways you can't even imagine. It's wild. We talked about Loomer and what she claimed she made on X. I mean, they're making $100,000 a month if you believe what she said. It's I don't know. That's insane. The bottom line is he says that there's lots of influencers and I see somehow knows their demographic. I'm just an old working class country boy who got lucky. One thing about us old country boys is you still can't BS us. Yeah, what a stupid thing to say. I see you get lied to and lying about things more than anybody on this platform. But it says, the last few years, I became friends with Kash and Dan Bongino. Over the years, they've never lied to me once. I mean, or maybe you don't know they've lied to you. And it says, I have a good BS detector and I trust both of them. Again, remember what Free Prince said. Trusting people in politics is the most naive and ignorant thing you could possibly say out loud. And it says, there are so many frauds and liars in our government, but trust me. They're not two of them. See, there's a cascading level of please just have faith in us because we're the right team. That you get the Laura Loomer, the rest, all at the same time. Trump took a bullet from you. You better support him. It's just what's happening right now. It's very hard to watch these clumsy effort. This is sick of either the kind of thing that would be representative of being a sycophant or somebody who's being directed to say similar things, to circle the wagons when you guys are losing support. Trust me, it says Team Sport Politics. And here's an example that Decentralized News put out. He wrote this in 2024. Dear crybaby Democrats and loser rhinos, one way or another, Trump is going to get Matt Gaetz in, and he will be your next AG or not. Oh, and now you support the one he did pick, even though you didn't, same thing. Fake news idiots believe they can drive a wedge between Trump and Elon. Musk is hilarious. And now you hate him. Now you think he's a moron because he just said so. But see, these people aren't unique. There's nothing sacred. They will fly along with whatever the current thing is because that's what they do. Can't wait for Trump's new AG and FBI director to raid Obama, Biden, Hillary, Hunter, and Pelosi's house. Yeah, how's that going? How's that? What about Gates? What about Feuds? What about any number of them? Yeah, you don't care about those things, which either you do and you're not saying it, or you don't and you're, any number of things. But the bottom line, it's very dishonest what's going on in that field. And I think a lot of it is covering something to make it as broad as possible. I have specific opinions on that. But overall, I think that there's, whether it is a foreign government, whether it is some tech Silicon Valley thing, whether it's an AI entity, there's lots of possibilities. I think it's very clear that something just shifted in this whole dynamic. The rolling out of the Palantir database, which has already been there, but through the acknowledgement of this, not the, hey, we've had surveillance for 20 years, you bunch of Democrat weirdos. No, yes, we have. That's not what this is. And you damn well know it. That argument doesn't hold any water. The reality is this is an unprecedented level with artificial intelligence, and really the unsiloed access of all of it in one basic location. There's so many ways this is beyond the pale. And they know that. They're just trying to defend their team. Got to love at least their dedication, I guess. But my point is that there's something that's going on here. I've talked about with the ethics pledges. I've talked about the idea of just foreign government influence. So all that considered, you don't have to believe what I think, my opinion is, but just recognize that regardless of what it is, something like this, it clearly indicates a problem. Like I say before when we talk about this, if whether you want to think of Israel or China in that context or, Silicon Valley, the point is just at least try to get what I'm saying from this. Whether or not you can prove who or what, the idea is that this is indicative of some very real problem. And that it could just be kind of an oligarch takeover of this country, a coup in a slight way a soft coup for power change. I just think something massive happened here. And I think what we're seeing is the selling out of Americans in every possible way under the guise of somehow securing American interests. which is kind of typical for this government. But this is a Republican platform, Daily Beast. Musk's Doge goons surreptitiously transmitted reams of White House data. Now it says Elon Musk goons at Doge transmitted a large amount of data, all of it undetected, using a Starlink Wi-Fi terminal they installed on top of the White House, according to new reports. Starlink is a satellite Wi-Fi service owned and operated by Elon Musk and SpaceX. The Doge goons installed, oh, and by the way, Bannon was just calling for SpaceX to be taken by the government using the Defense Production Act. You know, it's hard not to see. I mean, if it is a feud, it's getting pretty intense. If not, this is if that happens, an orchestrated kind of change of power, like SpaceX, as we talked about on the panel. I mean, that's, you know, there's no decoupling these things. So it's interesting overlap to that. And maybe that's all by design, worth considering. Point is, the Doge goons installed a Starlink device at the White House in March with the sign-off of Donald Trump's administration, but against concerns raised by security officials. So the same thing happening from the beginning of this administration, whether it's using off-site locations or personal computers or, you know, nothing in the transition team, no ethics pledges, like 1,000 ways that we've already seen have consequences that open the door to manipulation, if not allowance of outside influence. The point is, we've already seen this, as we'll point out again in a second, with Waltz and the telemessage signal archive app that's an Israeli intelligence entity that literally is relaying what they're saying in the White House and the inner circle back to Israel. That's a public story. Like it got covered by the Signal Gate discussion that he somehow was using Signal and that's insecure. No, that wasn't the story. He was using telemessage to archive the Signal messages of the inner circle, and that was being relayed back to Israel. I mean, we'll come back to this. It's a very important story. The Signal clone the Trump admin used was hacked. It's amazing how that got the lesser part of the story. But you know why? Because there's people who are coordinating and controlling through the two-party illusion what we see and what we care about. The point, knowing this and knowing that influence, you have to wonder what was being relayed into whom. It says, the officials in charge of protecting the White House's communications were not informed of the installation ahead of time. At the time, Doge said installing Starlink was intended to address connection dead zones on the White House compound. Kind of seems like a flimsy argument when, I mean, I guess it's possible. Let's just even say it's real, that there are dead zones. Like, it feels like there should have been at very least a pretty severe security check with some new technology installed by somebody who's got, you know, a leash around his neck tying back to Netanyahu. I mean, I think, or whatever you want to look at, I just find that very interesting. Now, is that because that it's just like, well, it's our team, it's okay? Or they do it for a very obvious lacking of security reason? My point is, it doesn't make sense. Or at the very least, it's just wildly incompetent. And maybe both are being played. Maybe both exist. However, it says the insiders suggested that the move was intended to bypass White House systems that track the transmission of data with names and timestamps and secure it from, it says, and track the transmission of data with names and timestamps and secure it from spies. Interesting overlap, by the way, with the spy conversation we'll come back to. We just talked about this alleged spy, 22 years old, ex-grocery clerk. Not this guy, by the way. This is a second guy. Believe it or not, who was pulled in to the internal intelligence apparatus in the Trump administration. And then again, Germany, I can't officially confirm that, but the narrative seems to be that Germany was where this went. It's just a U.S. ally we talked about. Remember that? The information seems to be developing that it was Germany, which to me might as well just be Israel. That's my personal opinion. The point is that he gave internal information to Germany. This guy is another Trump supporter guy that just is another store clerk. Like, and he is in the where is he? To lead U.S. terror prevention. To me, that, I mean, I'm jumping ahead a bit, but to me, these kind of people being put there either means one of two things: that they're destroying this for the influence or access of a foreign power, or that they're just that incompetent and don't understand how bad that is, that these people don't know what they're doing in positions that are supposed to be keeping us safe from outside actors or terrorism, which I think the reality is what you know, I think already. We'll come back to this. So, point is, with all of that being said, you have this installed that opens the door to even more. Now, keep this in mind, by the way, with all the other stuff we're talking about, with the artificial intelligence, with the basically using all this data to train your AI models, the lack of security for that, the hack already happening, like all of this is the same conversation. You really just think this is just bumbling incompetence? I find that really hard to believe. It says, quote, Starlink doesn't require anything. It allows you to transmit data without any kind of record or tracking. Yeah, sure seems to add up. This says the White House IT systems had very strong controls on network access. You had to be on full tunnel VPN at all times before Starlink. If you were not on the VPN, White House issued devices can't connect to the outside. Now, this is with Starlink connection. That means White House devices could leave the network and go out through gateways. It's going to help you bypass security, says one of the experts. Well, who could that possibly benefit? I mean, it literally could just be for Thiel and Palantir or TechThing or Elon himself. I mean, you don't know. But the truth is, there's a very clear culprit out there that's been tapped into this administration from day one. And you know my concerns there. I'm not trying to make sure you think the same way I do. I just want you to be concerned about this and recognize with all that's going on, the Johnson cat turd, Rukowski kind of aspect of all this aren't talking about this kind of stuff, aren't concerned about that. They're focused on the partisan wedge issues because it's profitable, I think. This is before Musk departed the government. He blew up his relationship with Trump. He was busy laying siege to sensitive government databases, including the ones that handle Social Security, sparking concerns from critics. I mean, it's a really crazy thing to think about, right? Is now they're breaking up, apparently, and we'll go into that a little bit more next. What does that mean for all of this? I mean, if he was being given this just no leash to run through personal information and have no oversight, breaking things down, closing, and now all of a sudden he just now what? Is it Amy Gleason, we're told? Is she going to take over? I find it hard to believe. If you remember, that's the so-called director of GOJ, which nobody has seen. I'm not even sure what that is. So ultimately, it's a very concerning thing for even people on the inside that suddenly they're unless that is that it's theater. But it says in April, a whistleblower at the National Labor Relations Board accused the Musk-led department of a significant cybersecurity breach. We talked about it then. They got very little coverage. But was it a breach, or was that what we're talking about? Now, especially since it already happened, shouldn't that matter? Why would they leave the same thing in place? Same question, same point, rather. And it says, and saw anonymous, this is important. An IT staffer said he saw anomalously large data transfers and sign-in attempts from Russia after DOJ took over his agency systems. Now, that doesn't have to mean it's Russia, by the way. It's not that difficult today. Like Vault 7 showed you a lot of how those things can work, right? Leaving a false digital footprint, WikiLeaks and all that. My point is it could be, maybe it is Russia. I don't know. My point is that anyway, it should matter that you have an outside entity transferring massive amounts of data from the White House. How is this not a bigger point? In that case, the DOJ staffers insisted that their actions in the system could not be tracked. So again, or I should add that this is all false. Right? It's certainly possible this is all being made up to undermine Trump's successful campaign or, whatever I don't think that's true, but consider that as a possibility. But it says the staffers insisted with all of that their actions not be tracked. Why? How is that even possible that you could have this unprecedented lacking of oversight, young 20-somethings that many of them are, we've gone over the past, the very concerning overlaps. I'm not even talking about politics, who have access to your personal data that we've seen them use to their own benefit in the past from Tesla, from Starlink, and while they do that, not being tracked. I find that wild. Now, moving on, before we come back to the Washington Post article, I want to show you a couple things that overlap with what I very strongly think is an Israel connection to all of this. I just really using an excuse to include a few things that I don't want you to miss in regard to Israel. But my opinion, guys. I think if even Occam's razor, like all things considered equal, the most obvious possibility here is that Israel, through all of the 100,000 connections and open influence they have, are conducting some kind of a coup or overthrowing or just destroying this country for bringing on the end times, as they claim is necessary to destroy the West, to bring on their end times, the second coming. That's the leadership members of their current government. And by the way, I shouldn't discount or ignore Besant and was it Waltz and a couple of others that are Christian, like biblical Zionists who share the same idea. And yet are somehow America first, but are of that mind. I mean, you want to walk me through how that makes sense? Now, I want to show you a couple of examples of how clear it is that influence is there. As Patrick Henningsen points out, imagine the U.S. Secretary of State literally works for a foreign government, and now he's sanctioning a court for doing its job, investigating real war crimes. Marco Rubio, the ICC The ICC's baseless and politicized targeting of America and our close ally Israel must end. Today, I have sanctioned our 4 ICC judges. Sorry, I'm going to go ahead and tell you. I often get migraines. I'm hoping that's not what's happening now. And I get if you guys know, you get them out there. I get these my eyes. I get like white spots, and it's happening right now. Unfortunately, I'm trying to struggle through it, but it's making me hard. It's making it hard to read this right now. So just bear with me. I'm hoping that drifts in the background. Usually, it's a sign that I'm about to have a migraine. I hope that doesn't happen. But where was I? So my eyes are making it hard. It says, today I have sanctioned 4 ICC judges for infringing on U.S. and Israeli sovereignty. Which, don't forget, this goes back multiple left and right administrations, from Pompeo, Bolton, and left and right. I'm trying to remember who the other ones were, where they made it very clear. If you do this, we will go after you, even to the point of threatening their families. And so Israel being the reason, you damn well know. And so now the point is they're saying that you're threatening our sovereignty. In what way are they in any way threatening your sovereignty? They're just using lazy arguments. They know that people who don't understand sovereignty or constitutional rights will freak out and say, this is what we want to do, and they're stopping us. Therefore, they're bringing our sovereignty. Well, no, that's not how sovereignty works. The bottom line is that what they're doing is a crime, and the ICC has acknowledged that crime. And so that means that anybody a part of it, which is also the United States, is supposed to be acting to resolve that. They're not. They're acting like they're somehow weaponized against Israel when the whole damn world can see it. And we know what Marco Rubio's tapped into. We know the AIPAC money and everything else that flows through this complete manipulator. So understand that he is going after an international court who is calling out what the whole world can see. Everybody, left and right. Guys, it's obvious what's happening. And he says, we call on our allies to stand with us against this disgraceful attack. Just think about that. With all that's going on, and this is what he's focused on. Now here's Ambassador Tom Barak says, Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu and I met in Jerusalem today to discuss Syria and the border region. Can you think about how insane it is that everyone with even the tiniest amount of discernment or just attention span already knows that they were telling you left and right that these people were terrorists. Because they are, by the way. Hayat al-Sham, Al-Qaeda, ISIS connections. That's who they were. They had a $10 million bounty on his head. Israel and the United States and many other actors, I'm sure, took advantage of a moment, which I think was completely orchestrated to get Assad out of the way. Israel literally moves in, takes territory, builds bases, starts executing people. And the ISIS elements that at that moment were still on a $10 million bounty, or rather specifically Jelani, they started committing ethnic cleansing, murdering Alawites, Christians, and everybody alike. And somehow they just go, oh, okay, well, he's good now. He's in a suit. We'll take him off the list. That's where we are. There were ISIS, I can show you that right now, in fact. God, this is not getting better. This is driving me crazy. As Israel further occupies Syria, Western-backed ISIS patch-wearing terrorists began executions. These pictures were, you could look up the reverse image. That's a real picture that was taken in Syria right after they took over. That's their people. Here's another one. ISIS patches, murdering people on the ground. The point is clearly going to meet them to talk about Syria seems kind of insane, knowing that why is Israel even involved? What is the Golan Heights is illegally occupied territory according to everybody other than the United States. It just seems so crazy that we pretend like that's not obvious. And it says, Trump envisions a Syria that cannot be used as a platform by third-party nation state. You mean like Israel, which is like literally how they're using Golan Heights to bomb back down into Gaza, into Syria? Exactly. Or non-nation state to threaten Syria's neighbors, including Israel. Oh, okay. How about Syria being threatened and occupied and destroyed? It's just so wild how dishonest and blatantly manipulative. He says, thanks, Tom, for confirming that Israel was behind the entire 15-year Syria destabilization project, including unleashing Al-Qaeda and ISIS against the people of the Levant. Under wing of U.S. and the UK, Turkey, Jordan, and Qatar, all allied with Israel to destroy Syria, turning it into the largest haven for Takfiri terrorists on the planet today. With a former deputy ISIS head chopper on the throne in Damascus, gleefully endorsed by Donald Trump. Wild. The most provable thing in this conversation today. On top of that, here, this will probably blow your mind. Probably not if you watch this show. The New York City mayoral Democratic primary debate. Why in the world a New York City mayor would even have to discuss Israel is beyond me. But the fact that, I mean, if you're going to make it about the conversation of anti-Semitism, which is also manufactured and completely illusory, which even the ADL has been caught for by Jewish organizations, the point is that that has nothing to do with whether you'd be traveling to Israel unless you're still pretending that that's the state of the Jews, which is their whole argument, which I'll include. I think I included here. I'll grab it for you as we go forward. Dan Cohen, a Jewish person himself, makes an excellent argument about how we know that's not true. But first, let's play this clip, and this will probably blow your mind, even if you watch this show.
Given the hostility and the anti-Semitism that has been shown in New York, I would go to Israel.
Mr. Tilson, where would you go?
Yeah, I'd make my 4th trip to Israel, followed by my 5th trip to Ukraine, 2 of our greatest allies fighting on the front lines of the global war on terror.
Mr. Mamdani.
I would stay in New York City. My plans are to address New Yorkers across the 5 boroughs and focus on that.
Mr. Mamdani, can I just jump in? Would you visit Israel as mayor?
I will be doing, as the mayor, I'll be standing up for Jewish New Yorkers, and I'll be meeting them wherever they are across the 5 boroughs, whether that's in their synagogues and temples or at their homes or at the subway platform, because ultimately we need to focus on delivering on their concerns.
And just yes or no, do you believe in a Jewish state of Israel?
I believe Israel has the right to exist.
Not
as a Jewish state?
No,
as a state with equal rights.
He won't say it has a right to exist as a Jewish state. Be very
And
clear
his
on
answer was no, he won't visit Israel.
I said that.
That's what he was trying to say.
No. Unlike you, I answer questions very directly.
All right,
and I want to be very clear. I believe every state should be a state of equal rights.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mamdani.
That is insane. I mean, the idea that that's even like why it's that the only thing a rational person can take from that is that this is an entity, Zionism, that has so egregiously influenced, overtaken, and compromised so many facets of the society that is what you can't. Your answer that's as stupid as saying when you say all lives matter that you're somehow racist. That is the same kind of manipulation. Probably comes from the same point. I just think that's wildly insane. And most people in this country feel the same way. But these manipulated, these politicians will stand up there and say whatever the people that they know actually get them elected, whatever they want to hear. That's what's actually happening. If you can't see by now that most Americans think that's wild, and yet they still say it, what does that show you? I shouldn't say it like that. Seeing that, what does that show you? It shows you that somebody else is in control. That's just absolutely disgusting to me. It is so very clear. And I'll play this clip. I mean, I want to try. I wasn't planning on it, but I want to play. I want to find really quickly the clip, the tweet I was going to share from Dan Cohen, and then we'll keep going.
Zionism is racism. Israel cannot be both. Israel is either a racist Jewish state or it's a democratic state for everybody. And that's what I would like Israel to be. I'd like a democratic solution, one state with equal rights for all its inhabitants. Your organization, Human Rights Watch, issued a report last year about Israel, and the conclusion was it is an apartheid state. And there are 4 major human rights groups in the last 2 years who issued similar reports, reached the same conclusion. Israel is an apartheid state. So apartheid is racism. Apartheid is discrimination. But Israel is the only member of the United Nations that I know which is officially racist. And I say this because of the July 2018 nation-state law, which says the Jews have a unique right to self-determination in Israel. Unique means exclusive. Yes. It means Arabs have no right to self-determination. It means even if Arabs became a majority, they would still have no right to self-determination. So most certainly Zionism is a racist ideology, and it is largely responsible for the Nakba that has unfolded throughout the last century and continues today.
Now, that's Avi Shlaim, a highly respected Israeli-British academic, Jewish person himself, speaking with Human Rights Watch. 2021, they established it as an apartheid state, but B'Tselem, Human Rights Watch, Amnesty International, all the rest, it's very, very clear. And he's just making sure you understand that he believes that it is the most racist ideology on the planet. That's like apartheid through Zionism today. Now, this was, I don't know if it's the same one, same point though. Alvin Mishrahi says, let me solve a big mystery for you, a truly gigantic one. The Italian state represents the Italian people. The Chinese people state represents the Chinese people. The point is the Jewish state represents the Jewish people. The bottom line is he says here, and what he's saying there, what Dan is saying is the point. The Israeli state represents the Israeli people. Just because it claims to be the state of all Jews doesn't make it true. In fact, it's usually the opposite. Israel says it has most moral army in the world, for example. And I don't believe, what's funny is I just grabbed this really quickly. I don't believe Alan is, I feel like he has a lot of nuance with the way he discusses this. I can look through it, maybe believe that he's wrong in the sense that I would see it in regard to that point. What Dan is pointing out, as I think, here, I'll include this with us as well. One of our most recent interviews is the simple provable fact, guys, that just like a lot of major Jewish organizations are pointing out today, that Israel represents Zionism, the Israeli people. It's not the Jewish state. And there's plenty of Jewish organizations that will tell you that, and they will speak out and make sure you hear that they are being manipulated by the Israeli state, pretending to be representing all the Jews. The bottom line, guys, is all of this is used to drive us into a place where we hide from the obvious, which is that this is happening today. And just one last point, in case you missed it, this is the group that they're all funding and supporting. Forensic Architecture has now documented a pattern of Israeli attacks on areas into which they have previously instructed civilians to go to evacuate. This happens every single time. Our research confirms that the Israeli military carried out multiple attacks in areas towards the civilians that have been directed either on the same day as the evacuation order or the day after. And if they follow up and say, and this is Yanis saying, incontrovertible evidence is now in. Israel instructs Palestinian civilians to go to particular spots where it bombs them. Israel has chosen war criminality and it pursues it relentlessly. Your governments out there support this. There is no getting beyond that. Now on Syria, like we pointed out, I think it's just a vivid image to see. As Daniel McAdams says, guess which one the U.S. foreign policy elite supports? It says Syria before and after. So here's Assad. And that is the way he looked, dressed all the time. They had the third largest Christian population of all of the Middle East before what they did there. Here is the leader they all support now. That's a recent pick. That is the guy we're discussing. That is Jelani leading Syria as the so-called president. That's his wife. Where are all the Republicans now? Right? Where's the Laura Loomers and the rest out there that are screaming? You're supporting the people that are making that happen. And they probably know that somewhere inside. Don't care. But back to the point. White House security staff warned Musk Starlink is a security risk. A couple more points to add to it. The people said those managing the systems weren't able to monitor such connections to stop sensitive information from leaving the complex or hackers from breaking in. Great thing to do to the White House. Seems kind of like a bad move unless your plan was to let people get in or take information. If not, it could, I'm still having trouble seeing this stuff. It could not be verified whether the rooftop terminal remains installed or if anything would change now that Musk has receded from the government. A Starlink guest Wi-Fi network appeared on the White House phones in February, prompting users only for a password, not a username or even a second form of authentication, according to the people that saw there and were there and witnessed it on February. That Wi-Fi network was still appearing on White House visitors' phones this week, according to the report. The White House referred questions to the U.S. Secret Service, which said it could not discuss specific technology systems for security reasons. Okay, which is probably true, but it's funny you're not talking about the security risk for security reasons. It says it could have the potential to undermine our national security by exposing sensitive data and information to hackers, our adversaries, or those wishing to do Americans harm. Certainly. The Starlink roof installation, initially reported by the New York Times, triggered a confrontation between DOGE employees and Secret Service. At the time, anyway. The opposition by White House staff has not been previously reported. Right, so they all got lockstep now, right? People got left, they got fired, people pushed aside, and everyone there is, we're going with whatever Trump says we're supposed to think. Starlink is allegedly being used at other government agencies as well. A whistleblower from the National Labor Relations Board said that Starlink was installed there. A former senior employer at the General Services Administration told the Post that Doge employees used it on site at least through the last month. Starlink satellite connections are harder to hack than conventional U.S. telecommunication networks, which were thoroughly penetrated by China in a campaign revealed last year. Now, certainly don't have to hack them if you're being given access, though. But end-to-end encryption phone communications, such as those over the Signal app, are not readable by hackers unless the devices themselves are hacked. Right. Or they are backed up by other software that gets hacked, as we recently were found with the case of Telemessage, which again, of course, they downplay the obvious point in this, which is that is an Israeli company. It's very easy to look up. Here's our show on it. State Department revealed to be using Israeli intelligence-linked chat app involved in the Trump admin hack. That's Waltz right there being caught with that picture using Telemessage. It's an Israeli Unit 8200 company that Israeli government and intelligence have access to. And you've got Waltz and other blind Zionist supporters who are using that internal at the highest levels of top secret information. I just think that is so cartoonishly crazy, and no one seems to care. But the point, all these different locations in our government that seem to be vulnerable to this. It is unclear why Doge was so insistent on Starlink, except the obvious, but at other agencies, Doge staffers have demanded deep access to data and disabled logging that tracked what they did with it. Doge employees have also been reported using artificial intelligence programs to plow through massive amounts of government data. Right. Does it all just leave you feeling warm and fuzzy? Everything's on track. I mean, this is like a personification of that meme. This is fine. Everything's good. Right? Just sit back and ignore it. Trust the plan. Let's not forget Trump's last administration. Israel got caught using Stingray devices at the White House. There's many reports about this. It's not the first time, but nobody seemed to care that either, right? Here's just the report on it from 404 Media if you want to check it out. It is an Israeli company, and it's wild that got so little attention. And of course, I'll reiterate the point about Trump's missing ethics pledges from many people in his cabinet. And I still think every day that gets more relevant. I'm sure if it ends up passing, it'll be some breaking story from somebody who acts like Loomer will break it down and somehow carve out Israel from the story, just like she did with the Azov movement. And it's a bombshell. And it's, how that tends to work when it's no longer important. But it's there. It's all that matters. Now, I'll include these as well. I just think this is just, with everything we just discussed, Trump appoints a 22-year-old ex-gardener and grocery store assistant to lead U.S. terror prevention. Kind of exactly what you would do if you're trying to, I don't know, not have prevention, however you want to look at that. I just think that's absolutely insane. Now, apparently the guy was just a hardcore Trump supporter and was campaigning with them. And he, I guess that's called, it's not really nepotism when it's not in your family, but it's the same idea, right? People that support you lean into. I mean, blindly. And that's what we get. A guy in this position, you think that guy's going to go against what Trump wants, even if he knows it's wrong? Come on. I'd like to believe so, but I find it hard to believe. Alleged spy was also 22-year-old ex-grocery store clerk hired by Trump. Is that like some kind of thing? How weird is that? And this is the guy that's leaked information supposedly to Germany. You see what I'm pointing, guys? It's hard to miss all this stuff. Now, let's talk about the overlap of Elon Musk and the breakup of Trump, if that's really what's happening, and what that means with what we just saw. I mean, if that's what's going on, which seems pretty obvious, what's the implication with these two are breaking up all of a sudden? Raw alerts. President Donald Trump is now reportedly considering getting rid or giving away, big important news here, guys, of his Tesla. Right, like the least important story of today. But it's just want you to see briefly that it's continuing. And I think it's pretty obvious. It doesn't seem that it's going to be repaired unless all this is theater, which really should be considered.
On the South Lawn a few months ago to try to help Elon Musk's business while it was being vandalized. We're told that Tesla, still sitting there, the red Tesla with Florida tags, is either going to be given away or sold off. And
isn't that just the most childish thing in the world? So, the whole thing, throughout the whole show today, mostly on Garcia, but the whole thing, you need to stand back and recognize how embarrassing this is. For people like us, the nonpartisan, objective people out there, the IMA, we're over here talking about, in the beginning. Like, oh, they're being dishonest. Oh, they're just being partisan. They're just saying whatever they need to say to get the job done. And you get the Johnsons and cat turds up the road that you go, oh, you're just a Democrat. You don't like it. And then this stuff happens. And then it literally proves exactly what we were saying. Oh, so he didn't really care. Or he did, but now it doesn't matter because he hates Musk. So you're either proving to us that you're a petty, small person who will react in a childish way because you got spurned. That's not a good trait for a president. Or you were lying to us in the first place about whether this was something you should support because that's the same reason in reverse. It's because it's your team and that's what matters. None of that shows you the indication of somebody who is honest and trustworthy, who's doing what's right for American people no matter what. And if you think for 1 second, I don't think the same thing about Biden, you're not paying attention. The point is to recognize right now how what you're seeing in all this shows you that these are fly by the seat of the pants. They'll say whatever they need to say to get the job done that they want at the moment, especially, or I shouldn't say it like that, but just usually at the expense of Americans.
Are told that it was about a month that Elon Musk was wearing thin on Trump. So this was not a sudden exit and then blow up. There was about a month that he was wearing thin.
And then when we were saying that a month ago, what were people saying? Right? It's just, the same old group of, dancing clowns out there. They all were, it's all the best thing in the world. Even right when it first started happening. Remember, and Trump gave him that key, trying to act like, no, we're just parting ways and we're still best friends. We all knew what was going on. It was obvious. You were starting to see it break down. Again, and it all could be theater. My point is, I still think, even if it is, that they really don't like each other. So it wasn't hard to fake. And so I just think it's interesting to see all these people that are now trying to keep the wagon going, who were over there before trying to lie as best they could to make you pretend that, it's all just Democrats. They're doing great. As Catter said, they'll never drive a wedge between them. They're so stupid. And now here they are. Now he's going, Elon is the worst person alive. It's just, how do you not see the dishonesty and all that?
President's word. Something else, there was some reporting today about the possibility of a Trump and Elon Musk phone call to make nice. Aides are telling me that is not something they are tracking. It's possible that some staffers might try to talk to Musk, but no Trump and Musk call, at least not that we know about. We did
just want to remind you real quick, this is breaking news on Fox. This is the important stuff, right?
Hear from the president yesterday, and he didn't sound mad, but he sounded disappointed.
Elon and I had a great relationship. I don't know if we will anymore, but I'm very disappointed in Elon. I've helped Elon a lot. And I'll be honest, I think he misses the place. I think he got out there and all of a sudden he wasn't in this beautiful Oval Office.
The lowest blows yesterday came from Elon. He said, without me, Trump would have lost the election. Dems would control the House and the Republicans would be 50.
You can't say, oh, it's great, everything's good, and then come around and say, he's always this or he's always been that. It just shows you that they don't even care that they just said something that makes that look wrong, or that you're saying it now and that's a lie. These people will say whatever to hide, to insulate their fragile egos, which is what it seems to me. Now here is Fox News. Trump warns of serious consequences. This is today or yesterday. If Musk funds Democrats. Now this just makes the point better than anything. So is he now not allowed to do what he wants with his own money? Because how dare you not do what Trump wants? What do you mean there'll be consequences if he funds Democrats? I mean, you have to realize how petty and small this is, how vindictive this is. And that's what they are every day, with what they were doing on Twitter with censoring their own people when they said what he didn't like, or any context you want to put it in. That's who these people are, both of them. I just think that's really insane to say out loud, but that Trump doesn't seem to care. Donald Trump warned on Saturday that there would be serious consequences if Elon Musk, for him, if he were to fund Democrats. I just think that stands for itself. You're going to know the president's going to attack him for doing what he wants with his own money, even if it's vindictive. He has every right to do what he wants with his money. The president also told the outlet that he has no interest in repairing his relationship with Elon. When asked if he thought his relationship with Musk was over, Trump reportedly told NBC News, I would assume so. Yeah. Interesting. Now, this from Independent. House Doge Caucus leader says everybody knew Elon Musk was exaggerating his cost-cutting achievements. Yeah, everybody honest anyway. And in the same point, all the Johnsons and Cot Turds and all the rest out there, all the Alex Jones who were just blindly taking at face value whatever Elon wrote out on Twitter that day. And you damn well know it, guys. Just be honest with yourselves. I didn't know for sure it was wrong, at least for some of them. Some of them I did investigate myself and proved in real time, even before that New York Times article, that he was lying about these things. And I'll show you a quick example in a second. The point, though, And this is the GOP, by the way, that are saying this, of course, the rhinos, if they say the wrong thing, but the bottom line is that clearly it was obvious they were lying, that they got caught with Gaza condoms. They got caught with many big lies. And they were like, oh, well, we're not going to be right all the time. It wasn't that you were wrong. You were lying. And it's very clear. And so now it comes out that they were always being dishonest, even from their own side. And now it's going to be some kind of split down the middle. But the point is the evidence is what you should care about, not because some politician says so. But it says Elon Musk was exaggerating the achievements of Doge, and most everybody on Capitol Hill knew it, says the GOP lawmaker. And this is Republican U.S. Representative Blake Moore, most everybody knew Elon was exaggerating what he could do. But that's not unique to he's really bombastic about it, but that's what politicians do, guys. And it says he was claiming that to find $4 billion a day in cuts he was going to get. One time he said $2 trillion he was going to find. And then he ended with $170 billion, and that's a lie, guys. That number is not accurate. I was proving that right in the beginning. It's a massive exaggeration, and I think people are recognizing that now, he says. Moore is one of three co-leaders, I found this really interesting, of the House Doge Caucus, a bipartisan group of lawmakers who had hoped to support his cost-cutting efforts. So arguably on the side of him wanting to help do what Doge is supposed to do. But see, with all the weird moving parts that clearly aren't about cutting costs, but whatever else they were doing back there, they didn't want people involved, which is why they hid what they were doing, why they didn't involve the caucus, why they didn't. It seems even Trump wasn't even aware. But it says, according to Business Insider, the group had intended to compile a report of potential cost-saving measures for Doge at the end of the first quarter, but reportedly received little contact from the department. Quote, we've always been a little frustrated that there was such limited interaction. Does that seem odd? Wouldn't you be like required interaction with the Doge caucus and what Doge was doing? Well, no, not if it's not what it looks like. It says we couldn't really identify where we were to lean in. And we had a ton of folks ready to support it, but there just wasn't that interaction. So if their job was to actually cut costs, if they would have leaned in with a lot of congressional support that wanted the same thing, you probably would have actually seen reductions. But that's not what I think this is about. And I think you know that. So giving you a couple of interesting points, and this is just 2 points that were easy to make because of how obvious it is they're being caught lying. But please do your own due diligence. Recognize how many of these claims you can literally go down that so-called wall of savings and just enter in the numbers in the USA savings. In this website right here, which I'll include this one, USA spending, and just look at for yourself. Some of them are real, but it's not hard. Go through for 5 minutes. You'll find one that is at least an exaggeration or a number they claim they saved when ultimately what they did was cut before it had been spent. So you didn't really save anything. But there's a nuance there, right? You stopped potential spending, but you didn't say. There's a lot of different ways, but some of them were just flat out lies. And yes, guys, I'm not left or right. I just care about what the facts are. And that's what the facts showed. This report from The Independent, Trump team set to destroy $12 million worth of HIV drugs and contraceptives that were bought before closing USAID. Well, guys, USAID did not close. I'm so tired of, and this is the point about the false two-party paradigm. If the corporate media, as we're told, are supposed to be hell-bent on destroying Donald Trump and the, why do they lie for him? Why do they lie very deliberately here and on this story about the bird flu? I'll show you both of them. They're lying. I mean, or I think it's lying. It's just as possible that they're just that incompetent and the person putting them to it gave them the direction and they're the ones who are lying for, a lot of these, ask Allison tomorrow, a lot of these mainstream journalists just do what they're told. Ask Tucker Carlson, he knows well. The point is that this is a dishonest point, that the USAID is very much still operating. Rubio has stated that publicly recently. It got absorbed by the State Department, which essentially is the same difference. They were already under the State Department. And at the end of the day, it's still going just for what they want to go at. And my point was, you had this big point about Reuters, right? And it's a Democrat funding through Reuters. Well, guess what? They're doing the same thing. Reuters newswire services, as of this administration, are still being funded. I pointed it out in a recent show more than once. Same point here. Or rather, in a general sense, that you can see that they're still funding a lot of the things they claim they stopped. One of the ones I pointed out was HIV contraception, circumcision in South Africa. They made this big point about how stupid that was and then funded it again. course, that's not what the Republicans see or care about, because that's not the fun narrative that makes it look like wacky woke Democrats, which does exist. But the point is, these are all fronts to achieve their ends when it really comes down to the outcome. Team Trump is set to destroy 12 million of HIV drugs. Okay, it says these drugs have been sitting in distribution centers in Belgium and the UAE since January, when Trump ended the agency spending. That's just a lie, guys. They didn't end the spending. It is very much on the record. You can look it up in USA Spending. It says the mandate that the USAID negotiator has been given is get us money for it, and if you can't do that, they're going to go in the trash. I doubt that. It says these supplies include more than 26 million condoms, 2 million doses of injectable birth control. You get where it's going. The point of the article, which is adding to their narrative, is that we did this because that woke stuff we're done with that. Okay, so if they are still spending 15 million plus for this exact thing, why would they be making this claim? Let's look at it. When contacted for comment, the senior department of the State Department told The Independent that the post was once again delivered fake news and the story is full of inaccuracies. Well, that's actually true. Here is the clip I'll include, but I'll show you the actual document. I put this out March 26, 2025. Everyone rightly calling out the absurd USAID spending by Biden should also be calling out the Trump administration currently funding male circumcision in Africa for HIV prevention, or funding for climate change study or prevention, et cetera, et cetera. All of those are linked in there. You can see right there, we went through 15, 20 different points, and including climate change, which I bet you I can get that to come up actually. No. I could skim through here if I feel like I want to take the time. You can see in here, you can see all the documents in here as you go through it. Right there, see? If you keep going, I bet you I can find it. Like, see right there, that one, which we're not going to look at today. There's many of these. There's many of these circumcision points. This one, as you can see, that's in Tanzania. We're going to show you one right now for South Africa. That's currently funded by the Trump administration. Just to keep the point connected, here's that document from usaspending.gov. This is, just to quickly show you the main point, that is March 5th. Okay, that's the Trump administration. $15 million, $15.6 million. Very clearly for provision of voluntary medical male circumcision for HIV prevention in the Republic of South Africa. So I find it really hard to believe that you're talking about, $12 million worth of wasted, you're spending $15 million to send stuff to, so this seems like a ploy. This seems like a coordinated manipulation, if you want my opinion. But if you go through this, you'll find a bunch of examples. South Africa, that's probably the same one. HIV prevention, voluntary male medical circumcision, gender-based violence prevention and response. That's all. That's multiple contracts they were funding in the same place, or in the same category. That's HHS. That's RFK's HHS still funding these things. Let me see if this. I was hoping to just catch one real quick, and you can see the climate change one. There's one, strengthening epidemiology and strategic information in the Republic of Zimbabwe under President's emergency plan for AIDS relief. Same point. That's almost $2.5 million. All the documents are in here. The link to the show is right there. Well, so that one's just about sustainable health sector response, HIV overlap. Another HIV testing service overlap in Malawi. No, I'm not saying good, bad, or other. I'm just pointing out that everyone's up in arms about this and stopping the dumb Democrats from doing it when then Trump's administration is currently spending it. Don't you just find that dishonest at the very least? Manipulative that you would knowingly do that and then lie to everybody about it? This one's about funding a bird flu, COVID-19 overlap shot. We talked about that. I'll give up on it in 1 second. I feel like it's going to be right here. Maybe not. Oh, well. The only reason I even do, I'm even doing it is because I know that people out there who don't want to believe it will ignore it. There it is. Okay, perfect. The Cooperative Institute will employ world-class researchers to conduct science and service society in partnership with the NOAA. It says the Cooperative Institute will be supported by a robust infrastructure committed to equity, education, and outreach, climate science, and prediction. Not good, bad, whatever, you can decide for yourself. The current administration is funding climate science, is funding HIV prevention, all the stuff you thought you were fighting. So ask yourself why the Washington Post is pretending, or maybe they are wasting it, but acting like that means they're not doing it and USAID shut down. That seems like bad journalism or a coordinated misdirection. This is the same one. Why do I have two of those? Yeah, looks like it. So here is the South Africa one. You can read more for yourself. Next one is about bird flu. Trump administration cancels contract for bird flu vaccine. Well, you know about that. That's the Moderna contract that they did cancel, at least as we can tell. So the article says on May 28th, the HHS canceled the Moderna contract. The funding was awarded to a company in January intended to be used developing a vaccine for bird flu. And it says as cases surge and virus mutates, they cancel, they're claiming. With Donald Trump and his administration taking over, the DHS decided to cancel the contract. Earlier in the year, the DHS announced that it was reassessing the contract. HHS Secretary RFK Jr. had consistently questioned the safety of mRNA technology. Yeah, he did, and now is promoting it, is now rolling out more shots. So it's very dishonest to frame it like this, which Moderna implemented. Health HHS spokesman Andrew Nixon stated that the department had decided that investing in Moderna and its mRNA technology was not in the best interest of the department, considering the science and ethics behind the technology. What a ridiculously dishonest statement, as you're currently leaning into multiple mRNA shots. If you think the technology is the problem, then why the hell are you rolling out other mRNA shots? Kennedy has suggested an alternative approach to contain the virus. Are you serious? Are we really going to pretend that this platform is not capable of researching the other shots they're supporting? Or is this another coordinated misdirection to get people supporting Trump to think that that's what's happening? Well, let's look. You know. Okay, here's one of them. I covered this April 14th, 2025, well before most were talking about it. FDA's bird flu self-amplifying mRNA jab. Watch the show for yourself. Here's the document. Arcturus Fast Track, FDA Fast Track. And this is a self-amplifying mRNA shot for bird flu. How in the world are you going to pretend like we're worried about the technology, so we canceled that Biden contract as you do that? That's just dishonesty, guys. Or this one. Trump administration approves poultry jab for avian flu for birds. Like that's for giving chickens the bird flu shot. That was on February 16, 2025. Here's the actual breakdown. U.S. conditionally approves vaccine to protect poultry from avian flu. What about this one? RFK Jr.'s universal flu vaccine platform. That's May 4th, 2025. Here's the document. HHS and NIH launched next generation universal flu platform. Sure sounds like mRNA to me. And just in case you don't believe any of that, here's Grok for you. Here's the summary of what they're supporting while pretending like they don't support the technology. The shot that we discussed. Self-amplifying, or rather that's the bird flu one for the birds. This one is the $500 million project to develop the universal flu vaccine, not the same as the 500 mil, was it, why am I forgetting that all of a sudden? We'll go back to it. The Stargate program and how much money they invested in that program. And then you've got the self-amplifying shot. And let's not forget, by the way, in Biden's administration, showing you the continual, as I tell you, the linear progression of the same things, not the flashy wedge issues they want you distracted by, but the real agenda. Bird flu emergency declared by Biden's administration, July 28, 2024. If you forgot that, remember, this wasn't just about bird flu. They declared this so-called emergency and then basically broadened it out to seasonal flu under the guise of fighting bird flu. So now under this conversation, whether you know it or not, your current flu shot is under emergency declaration, or which opens the EUA and all sorts of frivolous things. So Trump and RFK Jr. are continuing the charge. You know, while the Washington Post and the rest pretend like they're not. Want to make sense of that for me? So keeping that dishonesty in mind, let's talk about the overlap of the health conversation in this, which overlaps with Palantir, overlaps with all of it. Nicholas Holscher says, flashback, day 2 of the Trump administration. Day 2, if you can imagine that, announces the Stargate project. You could make that vaccine, that mRNA vaccine, you can make that robotically using AI in about 48 hours. Yeah, Brooke Jackson is screaming about why we should stop this and why we need to recall anything that uses AI-produced data and how the companies like Pfizer and Moderna are manipulating us through a lot of this. But here we are. Oracle is a huge part of this too.
We gene sequence, once we gene sequence that cancer tumor, you can then vaccinate the person, design a vaccine for every individual person to vaccinate them against that cancer. And you can make that vaccine, that mRNA vaccine, you can make that robotically, again, using AI in about 48 hours. So imagine early cancer detection, the development of a cancer vaccine for your particular cancer aimed at you, and have that vaccine available in 48 hours. This is the promise of AI and the promise of the future.
Yeah, and they forgot one part of that promise, though.
All gene-based vaccines, independent of manufacturers, produce the same result in the vaccinees. He has looked at 15. In the last 4 days, the number has been increased to 70 individuals who died after vaccination. These were people who died at home, at work, in the car, doing their sports, etc., etc., etc. There's no question now anymore about what is going on. And the answer is in the organs of these people. In 90%, he found clear evidence for autoimmune self-attack by killer lymphocytes on the tissues.
Oops, sorry about that. Forgot that the opening was on that. But doesn't that seem like a relevant part of the conversation? Right? That the reality of the peer-reviewed science shows you that anything, I'll include this too. This was an important conversation on this. Oh, wait, is that working? I think that's it. Yeah. Oh, no, damn it. That's crazy. That doesn't come up. Here, let me just look real quickly. The point was, one of these very important studies found that it was the mRNA platform that was the problem. There it is. I'll grab this one too, since it's right there. Study finds mRNA platform. Not what, not everything else. And I do believe there's many other moving parts to what makes this dangerous. And we've gone over all of it. But the platform itself, which is one of the biggest issues, because they're talking about using the platform and putting in new, new code, which is pumps out the new antigen, possibly internally, which is what DARPA's been working on or has already. But that is driving myocarditis. So when they try to tell you they're moving, Stargate platform, well, that's the point. They're still using the same broken starting point. That matters, guys. And people like Dr. Bhakti and late Arna Burkhart and plenty of other very passionate and good people tried to warn us. mRNA platform is dangerous, dual-use technology. Many shows we tried to ring this bell way back when, and now, new mainstream alternative are breaking things down that are old news. But more winning, in case you missed it. The winning just won't stop, I wrote. US FDA on May 27th approves use of Sanofi's, how do you say that, meningococcal vaccine. It's a meningitis in infants. Now, maybe you don't think that's a problem. Maybe you think it's okay. Now, I just think it's interesting that from a core point, most of this, MAGA or MAHA, we're pretty resistant to most injections. And I think a lot of it is not necessarily just any injection, but the basis of it. The FDA, the CDC, the companies involved, all of it's broken. And everyone seems to know that. So this is problematic for a lot of those reasons. But let me just break it right down to what Aaron Siri had to point out, which is somebody you should be paying attention to. FDA just shamefully approved menquadfi, I think, to be injected into infants 6 weeks to 2 years old, based on a trial that compared it to Menveo, which, by the way, before I even saw this, was exactly what I found too. And we just talked about this with the past shot. I'll see, I've grabbed that one too. I always forget these things when I'm breaking the show down or getting ready, which is why I always have so many additional, late editions, as I put it underneath the links at the end of the show. Yeah, this was FDA approves new mRNA COVID shot using a vaccine as the placebo, which is something we were all calling out during that. And RFK Jr. was adamant about everything going forward will be now placebo-based. Okay, well, you can read through this for yourself. And it shows you very clear. Now, if you look into it, the data does show that at some levels there was a placebo used, saline. The point is not about here and there, but using it consistently to make sure it's not manipulated by the companies using, like this, a vaccine to compare to another vaccine. And you can see three phase 3 studies in U.S. infants, and every one of them, as you'll see right here, compared to another injection. On every one of them that we can see in this one, though. My point is, it does appear that some level of the research, there was something that was used in that regard, but they're showing you the basis of the current release and showing you that they're comparing it to other injections. The only thing that does is make it look like less dangerous because the side effects are, you have some here and a little bit more as opposed to nothing and a lot more. That's the point. And so he points out, compared it to Menevo. In the trial, 5.3% of the infants receiving Menquadfi and 3.6% of infants receiving Menveo had a serious adverse reaction, which means something very serious. See definition below. He says, but because these rates were similar, this product was deemed safe. And that's how that works. By the FDA, because it assumes Menveo is safe, just like they used with the Moderna shot. That was the point. And that was that conversation. They used the other Moderna shot because they claim it's safe, the same one that RFK told you was dangerous, but they used it and they're okay with that to compare to the new one. And that one's now safe too because that one was safe, even though neither of them are safe. It's infuriating, and you all know it. And the people out there that are still trying to find a broken way to pretend that you can support this, guys, you need to recognize, if you want to pretend he's being blackmailed, maybe you're right. Stop, floundering in the middle, waiting for something. Call it out. That's why I respect Mary Talley Bowden and plenty of others that are just, they want to support this, but they have principles. And they go, this is wrong. We know it's wrong. And he continues. He says, but Menveo was licensed based on a trial in which Menactra, among other vaccines, was used as a control. This is what we're talking about. And Menactra was licensed based on a trial in which Menomoon was used. All these are injections as a control, and on and on and on. It says, and that first one was not licensed based on a proper placebo-based trial. In fact, and this is mind-twisting, the package insert for the origin one, the Menomu, lists the clinical trial for Menactra, in which Menomu was used as the control. Like, think about that circular logic as the basis for the safety. I couldn't even dream of making this stuff up. So, in case you missed that, they're taking one of these shots and they're comparing it to the other shot to make sure that the first one was safe, which is manipulation, right? But then the other one points back to that one to make sure that to say that one's safe, like in these trials. Like, if you don't, the point is that is deliberately dishonest. They know what they're doing and they're hiding a massive percentage of problems. 4% is a huge amount of children. And I don't even trust that number. But it says this provides a good example of the vaccine safety pyramid scheme. Menomu was licensed without a proper placebo-controlled trial and was then used as a control to license Menactra. Menactra is then used as a control to license Menveo. And then Menveo is used as a control to license Menquadfi. And then we get the trial with 5.3% and 3.5% of infants suffering serious adverse reactions. But no one bats an eye. They grant licensure. A pyramid scheme of safety, at the bottom of which there is no baseline on which safety can be judged. Just a get it licensed to profit shell game. FDA and pharma have nothing to lose here. We as taxpayers will pay for all of the harm suffered, and worst of all, the children who are injected and harmed, and their families will really pay for the harms. Ask Maddie DeGarry and plenty of others. I just think it's so infuriating. Oh, here, look, there's Mary right there. She says, I thought we were requiring true placebos going forward. Yeah, exactly. It's depressing because I, like many, at least hoped that maybe he would bring some positive. And yeah, I've seen a couple of things that I think it's a good step, but I just don't know how we get past this. And here, this is the whole thing. You can read through it all for yourself. And it shows exactly what he's talking about. Now, one overlapping point that I wanted to highlight just to show you the kind of the broken direction, which is common for Republicans around cannabis, but just in general, I think it just shows you that what a bad direction we're going in. Laura Ingraham, of course, has what's his name, Dr. Mark Siegel. He says people think weed is going to help you sleep at night, decrease your anxiety, treat pain. None of this has been shown medically. Oh, it literally has so many times over. It increases your anxiety. It doesn't help you sleep. It doesn't treat pain. This is a doctor. Now, I'm not saying you have to agree. The bottom line is this is the amount of evidence is staggering to the point to where even the U.S. government was prescribing this as medicinal for people when they had it at Schedule 1 in the 80s. I mean, it's just so dishonest, and it really comes back to control. And the idea that hemp itself, now for all those that want to pretend it's about you just want to smoke. Well, yeah, that's true in one regard. But realize that if you want to make that the case, fine, illegalize it. I don't care. Realize that we're talking about taking a whole plant and putting it in your body, put it in a shake, grind it up. That's what we're actually talking about. Now, there's many ways to do that, and some of them include ingesting it, which you can get high from. The bottom line is these are two different conversations, right? There are undeniable medicinal purposes, and I'm not going to go into all I always want to. The frustrating reality that you still have people like this going on ridiculous shows like hers and screaming things that are patently false. It's no different than anything else. But ask yourself, why? They really want you to be that unhealthy? It seems that way. I said completely false, scientifically proven to be false many, many times over. But as we can see today, more than ever, politics leads the charge, not facts. And I'll include this article I wrote a long time ago. The top 10 marijuana myths that no one should believe. And I go through this with in-depth. I mean, each one of these actually links to an article of their own, which goes into more depth about that one discussion point, right? This one's just about marijuana is more harmful than cigarettes, alcohol, and prescription drugs. Easy to prove, so shockingly false. And we go into in depth with different links and so on, and link to all the next of the shows. The point is, this one's the one that has all 10 of them listed with the breakdown. I mean, guys, these things are broken down. The source material is through the roof. It's just insane how obvious it is, and people just lie about it because they're being driven by special interests. That's what politics is. Now, here's what's funny. Twitter fact-checked it and said, look, here is an actual study from the NCBI that proves what he's saying is false. Therapeutic effects of cannabis and cannabinoids. Like, it's right there. So here's what's crazy, and this shows you what purpose Twitter and the rest of it serve today. So it said that. I even took a screenshot just in case it went away. Watch this. And this is how the whole fact check, it's just mob rule on this platform. Now it's gone. No longer there as if it ever existed. You know why? Because somebody out there who has more interest or more effort or more influence wanted that to go away. Are we claiming that study is false? I mean, the study, you just saw it. It's a peer-reviewed study, and it breaks it down based on scientific evidence. God forbid we should actually have a fact check on here that proved it, but that's how Twitter works. Somebody came in and overruled it and no longer there. Probably people on the top of the platform. That's the world for today, guys. That's how this works. Now, Palantir has to be mentioned in the context of health because it is overwhelmingly obvious. The panopticon discussion, which that was one of the things we discussed in the recent panel, IMA, the Palantir AI panopticon. The health part is one aspect of the larger control structure. And I want to include this teletracking Palantir partner for healthcare AI solutions. We have Palantir's collection of disease data at the CDC is now stirring privacy concerns. This was on June 6th. This is all one massive grab, guys. That's the point. And through it, controlling your lives. And as Jason points out, if you can't see this by now, and it doesn't you don't have to take it as it is the same thing, but just recognize that just like total information awareness becomes Palantir and it's the same thing, or XAI becomes XAI, but it's different people running it, DARPA, now Elon Musk. The bottom line is the agenda that you're seeing rolled out as some fighting immigration, fighting the deep state, going against woke Democrats is the Great Reset we saw World Economic Forum rolled out under Biden's administration under the guise of fighting climate change, it's the same outcome. Almost every same point is included. There's just a different narrative about them. And so Jason points out, same architecture, same AI surveillance, same agenda, just rebranded and marketed for the right. As the Scooby-Doo meme, Palantir on the mask and takes it off and it says World Economic Forum. I mean, just consider it. I mean, objectively, not reflexively push back because you secretly think we're Democrat. Look at the data points. Look at what's happened. Look at the Great Reset. Look at what they proposed. And you tell me you don't see the same things happening. Now, interestingly, with the Stargate point, right? Remember, that's Oracle right there, Larry Ellison. That's SoftBank, which is one of the financial, basically the financial arm of the Israeli UN 8200 kind of startup business dynamic. And then you've got OpenAI, which, by the way, I don't think we're getting into today. I might have it later, but the interesting overlap of OpenAI and what's happening with that I didn't include it today. The point about a recent court outcome that Orwell shared with me, showing that they're now saying that we're required by law to keep your chat logs forever. I'm sure that wasn't totally organic. And their point was, that's probably what's happening with Grok too. I think that's the whole point. But Stargate, mRNA injections, AI, transhumanism, Trump partners with technocrats. And this was they claimed about cancer. You saw the clip earlier, right? Well, my point is you can see things like this coming out. New blood tests can detect cancer up to 3 years before you have symptoms. Or maybe they're wrong, or maybe you're being lied to. Sort of like, you would have gotten sick if it wasn't there, or good thing I had it, I would have gotten sick. It's very easy to have had that kind of logic. But I just think that things like this are being driven forward, including causing the cancers that they claim they want to treat. Just my opinion. But this was from February 2021. And this is the overlap of COVID-19 points and the idea of the technocratic direction we're going in. This is what we've talked about a lot, the wireless body area network, WBAN. An intelligent and energy efficient wireless body area network to control coronavirus outbreak. Interesting. 2021. Just showing you that we're in the time of these things becoming real. I just wanted to point out that these things have been around for a while. Orwell shared this as well with me for a while. Been talked about, being pushed out. So this says, in this regard, wireless body area networks can be used in conjunction with machine learning and the Internet of Things to identify and monitor the human body for health-related information. This is Stargate, guys. That is the overlap of all this. And that overlaps with Langer and Lieber and the whole damn, the whole kit and caboodle, as it were. And it says, which in turn can aid in the early diagnosis of diseases. This paper proposes a novel coronavirus body area network, a COVBAN, model based on Internet of Things technology as a real-time health monitoring system for the detection of the early stages of coronavirus infection, using a number of wearable biosensors to examine the health status of the patient. For the long-term sustainability of the sensor devices, the development of energy-efficient wideband is critical. To address this issue, a long-range-based Internet of Things program is used to receive biosensor signals from the patient and transmit them to cloud directly for monitoring. So you add the level of nanotechnology and stuff that we've talked about for a long time, and this becomes something much, much, much more alarming. And I think that's where we're at. But just consider that in the point of where all these things are coming together. With things like this, for example, this was on June 6th. TSA developing wearable sensors to replace physical pat-downs. Because everyone's going to go, oh, good. Give me whatever it means that so you don't have to grope me every time. And, using that kind of tactic to get you to take readily what they would want you to, like that you would otherwise fight. Let's put it that way. I'll include the show. Make sure you watch this. Great conversation about Palantir with the IMA. Here's James Corbett's work going back to 2022, how Palantir conquered the world. And I'll include Derek's article recently of Welcome to the Palantir World Order, all very much worth your time. Carrie pointed this out, saying the craziest part of the Elon-Trump feud is that Palantir and the technocrats are still still building your digital prison in partnership with the authoritarian police state. And none of these megalomaniacs care that you don't like it and don't consent because they have the state's monopoly on violence to force it on you while you keep voting for authorities to save you from the problems they create. The more you know. Lastly, on June 5th, for this segment anyway, Trump administration to rebrand Biden-era Artificial Intelligence Safety Institute. Commerce Secretary says at AI Honors, we're not going to regulate it. Now, realize that the Senate, unless it's happened today, which I didn't see, still has to pass the big bill, which would, and I believe they're changing some stuff, and I think that's hopefully regard the no oversight for 10 years of AI. which I kind of felt was going to fly through, but seems like somebody wants to, at least hopefully that's what they're focused on. Remember, in that bill, it said no oversight of AI for 10 years. While what's happening is going, it's mindless. As top of that, talking about decision-making processes, artificial intelligence being used for government. It's already happening for the GSA and others, but they're talking about rolling it out. And that's what I think this was about. But here it says, as we move from large language models to large quantitative models, and we add all these different things, we want a place to go. We say, has someone checked out this model? Is this a safe model? Is this a model that we understand? How do I do this? He says, and we're not going to regulate it. How do you ask those questions and end with that? And it says, we are going to enhance the voluntary models of what great American innovation is all about. That's like pretending you can allow that with nuclear bombs. Yeah, it's all about freedom and and innovation. So every Joe in their garage should start working on nuclear weapons, right? Let's see what we can figure out. It's just, that's how dangerous this is. Now, I'm not worried about the average guy in their computer. I'm talking about what these unfettered, like the unregulated, complete, we're talking about XAI, Elon Musk, richest man in the world kind of influence and resources, unparalleled. No oversight should scare every American. And they're trying to make it sound like that's, the recreation of the American West. It's aimed at people that are going to fall for it, I think. Now, of course, the obvious begins to, right now, this is what I was talking about earlier about the people like this coming out and saying, you should stand up for Trump because he did this at a time when it's obvious that people have never been more concerned on the right about what's going on. People like Laura Loomer come out and say this: time to deploy Palantir tech to Los Angeles to deal with the illegals. You'd love to see it. You're lying if you'd say you wouldn't. She loves to project her disgusting nature on everybody and act like it's okay that she's disgusting, sort of like calling for family members to be deported or attacked, or or saying that Muslims shouldn't be in Congress because they're all evil. Like, she's a terrible person. The bottom line is to point to tech. Palantir. Let's bring in Palantir. Oh, you mean exactly like we were telling you was going to be the justification? She's earning her money for sure. Now people are literally calling for Palantir surveillance because illegals. Like, literally what we predicted. It's not hard to see coming. But it's just mind-blowing that these are people pretending to be America first or fighting for American interests, and they are the ones that are literally laying it brick by brick the destruction of this country. Now, I'm of the mind that people like this don't care. I think their influence is coming from something outside this country personally, but who knows? The evidence is what we would need. The bottom line is, whether they know it or not, they're acting in the interest of obvious anti-American outcomes. To pretend that we need an invasive technology surveillance database to go after people that we already, it's just lunacy. And on top of that, we're talking about people protesting illegal actions from an authoritarian government. It's just, these people are either, there's a lot of people out there that are going to find ways to justify this because of the team. But let's not forget, though, this kind of stuff is right on the surface. People like that don't care. FBI Palantir glitch allowed unauthorized access to private data. Whoopsie. Yeah, no big deal, though. Well, whoops. What happens? Nothing. Or was it even not a glitch at all, and we were just using it as an excuse? The bottom line is, this is too much power in one location, and people like Laura don't care. And then she, of course, adds this, and we'll talk about the California overlap. So here you see police arresting left-wing thugs. They frame it as, it's just so funny how childishly partisan people are, for targeting ICE and law enforcement. Yeah. I haven't gone through every piece of evidence out there. I'm willing to believe pretty easily that there are people involved here that would attack a cop, or people that would break the law, or people that go out there and break a window, on all sides of the paradigm. Now, also, you can assume, or consider rather, that these could be people that are doing it from the other side to frame them. And if you were to pretend that the right wouldn't do that, you're a child. It happens on both sides all the time, and you damn well know it. They're all petty. Partisans are petty, and we know it. So the point is, to frame this as anything other than these people and what they're doing is opportunity. You're taking advantage of this to scream your narrative. And get this. She says, just like I said, we are witnessing the summer of jihad. The summer of jihad. Okay, wait. You got Americans protesting against the U.S. Trump administration deporting illegal aliens. Are they from Muslim countries? Well, no, by and large, they're from southern Mexico, South America. Okay, so how are we going with jihad? Well, because that's the way this is the narrative, right? Anyone that's fighting against this is somehow a Hamas jihad supporter. Well, she goes, oh, well, they're all wearing kippahs. Well, no, some of them are. But you see, this is the level of journalism you get from the mainstream alternative media. So now it's all a bunch of jihad. Who does that work for? Israel. No, over anybody else. That is what Israel wants to manufacture, the illusion of that. And that's been her job for a long time. This is the perfect example, she says, of the communist Islamic red-green alliance. Oh, so Palestine. Communist Islamic. I mean, I don't think she realized how stupid she is in a lot of ways. It says, oh, and guess who funds it? Qatar and the Muslim Brotherhood. You mean Israel? I mean, and what evidence are you presenting to show that any of these people are being funded by anything? And some of them probably are, like you are, but they're standing out there protesting something that is objectively wrong. What they're doing is illegal in a lot of ways. No, not just deporting people, but rounding up people who who aren't breaking laws, not giving people due process, grabbing people at their meetings, going to try to become a citizen like we tell them they're supposed to, and kicking them into El Salvador. Or arresting a teen who was in the wrong place at the wrong time, who's now in El Salvador apparently forever, even though he's not a criminal, there's no gang connections. He happened to be where he wasn't supposed to. And the ICE member even said, that's not the guy. And they said, take him anyway. All on the record. That guy's in El Salvador. He's a teen. How about the barber, the gay guy, who's apparently never come back, even though it's been proven he's not a gang member? I mean, over and over and over. And so God forbid somebody should be protesting this unilateral authoritarian action. But that makes them Muslim Brotherhood jihadists, apparently. See, there's a lot of gross people out there. I don't even think it's close to the majority, but people like this gobble it up. They love to see hatred and division and vitriol and watching people suffer, making fun of people, having them lose what they care about. That's what people thrive on every single day. And if you can't see it, you're probably one of them. Now, here is the biggest problem from this. So you got the loomers out there screaming for what gives the government the justification to remove more of your rights, as she pretends like she's America first. Department of Defense security for the protection of Department of Homeland Security functions. Now, this is a broad executive order, but he's using what's happening right now to justify, to roll out the National Guard, which, as I understand it, unless it comes from California, would also be a violation. But in this very executive order outlines that they are allowed to bring in the military. So we're going to talk about Posse Comitatus again. Before I go there, it says, numerous incidents of violence and disorder have recently occurred and threatened to continue in response to the enforcement of the federal law. That's, a lot of ways you could argue that's not accurate. By U.S. ICE immigration, by ICE and other United States personnel who are performing federal functions supporting the faithful execution of federal immigration laws. So in the same conversation as you can say that they claimed that everyone in a red hat was somehow a Nazi because you were protesting and one guy did something, in the same conversation, they are now claiming that because somebody here did something violent, therefore literally anybody protesting here is now, according to Loomer, a jihadist. And secondarily, they can then take action to shut you down, because you're all part of some national security threat. Like, how do we not, as Americans, objectively see how lazy and obvious that is? They're using even real things to roll out an all-encompassing shutdown of your constitutional rights. It's so transparent, and it kills me that there's not more people that have the courage to stand up and scream about this. And this is not even the same as saying you support or don't support what Trump is doing. This is just obvious that it's being used. And it says, to the extent that protests or acts of violence directly inhibit the execution of laws as they see it, there's plenty of things they're doing that are illegal. And it says they constitute a form of rebellion against the authority of the government of the United States. So you're protesting. If they deem it getting in the way of what they think is legal, you're now not just breaking the law, you are rebelling against the government. You're an insurrectionist. You're going to prison for the rest of your life. You don't see that as an extension, as an extreme action? I'm genuinely worried about the people that have that much influence who are driving Americans to their doom and yucking it up along the way and making tons of money. They're the worst people out there. He says, I hereby call into federal service members of units of the National Guard to temporarily protect ICE and other U.S. government personnel who are performing federal functions. And you realize a lot of this stems back to the idea that they're somehow arguing that they need to stay secret because evil bad guy. They've manufactured all of this. These people were wearing masks before there was ever any pushback, which is crazy. They're government officials or government entities. You're required. We have every right to know who they are. And there's no doxing somebody who works for the federal government. They're allowed, their names is supposed to, they're supposed to be public information. And yet they're pretending they're being putting their lives at risk by doxing them. I really hope that there's not as many people as it seems that are willing to go along with this, whether they know it's wrong or they don't know it's wrong. That would make me really unhappy to think there's that many people out there that are this uninformed about the reality. It says at least 2,000 National Guard personnel, and the duration of duty shall be for 60 days or at the discretion of the Secretary of Defense. In addition, the Secretary of Defense may employ any other members of the regular armed forces as necessary to augment and support the protection of the federal functions and property in any number of determined appropriate in this discretion. That's a crime, guys. It's very simple. Okay, this is Posse Comitatus, 18 U.S.C. 1385, use of Army, Navy, Marine Corps, Air Force, and Space Force as a Posse Comitatus. Now, that basically means, and I'll just read it again directly from this, like a group of men round up to enforce the law, or whatever they frame it as. This is a body of men, typically armed, summoned by a sheriff to enforce the law in the normal context. The point is, even with a sheriff, you can't just do that unless there is a legal justification. In this case, I'll read right here from the law. Whoever, except in cases and under circumstances expressly authorized by the Constitution or an act of Congress, right? So the Insurrection Act, for example, or allowed within the Constitution. That's the point about the National Guard and a lot of different things. Except for that, whoever willfully uses any part of the Army, the Navy, the Marine Corps, the Air Force, or the Space Force as a Posse Comitatus or otherwise to execute the laws, so even with things that are illegal, shall be fined under this or imprisoned for not more than 2 years or both. So it's executive order is not the Constitution. That's not an act of Congress. So it's just one more example of them skirting what is supposed to be sacred to this country. Or the liars like Loomer who pretend they care about free speech and scream for you to be censored because of Israel. Or say things like they care about the Constitution in general and then support things like this. They either don't know what they're talking about. I think it's both, but more so the latter, or they are fighting for something other than your American interests. So when he writes that and says that can happen, what do you think is going to happen? And do you think anyone's going to care? Do you think that the people in Congress are going to step up, and maybe somebody when they see an opportunist moment, which we should point to? But I find that pretty concerning. So just because it's evil Gavin Newsom, which I think is disgusting, and bad Democrats in California, which is the big boogeyman to most Republicans, they're going to ignore this, I bet. If you're smart, if you care, if you believe in the Constitution, you should stand up and call this out. And sure, be like, I support Trump. Democrats are bad, but that's wrong. Don't we care about the Constitution, guys? And then, of course, people like Cap Turbo come up and cut you out at the knees because you're supposed to be supporting Trump. That's the reality of all this. Keep an eye on this, guys. This is going to get worse. Trump deploys 2,000 National Guard members after Los Angeles immigration protests. Now, I'll be clear, that's my opinion. I don't see how this doesn't escalate. I hope it doesn't. It'd be great if it somehow diminished, because I think it's only going to cause more violence, and then they're going to use that violence to rationalize more suppression of our rights. Left or right, it's the same shtick every time. So just to be clear, whether or not there are people out there protesting violently, a lot of people are simply protesting against this. And honestly, that's what a lot of these Republicans don't like. That's it. And they want to see them punished because they're just doing what they don't like. And that's how the game goes both ways. That's why it's pretty infuriating for a lot of us that just want to get beyond the childish two-party paradigm. That's how they keep this all going. Now, Benny Johnson, of course, adding to his, he's very much a part of this manipulation. When someone shows you who they are, believe them. They're not innocent immigrants looking for a better life. How the hell do you know that? Like this disgusting nature of just broad stroking everybody because of some propagandized video that was out. I mean, how do we know anything about this? You're going to tell me that because one guy is driving around that with a flag, that therefore nobody there has good intentions? It's just, you know that's dishonest. I don't care if it's everybody but 5 of them. He's still lying to you. The reality is a lot of people in this conversation are truly standing up for people's rights, not whether or not they're a criminal, therefore the rights don't matter, but regardless of your background, your rights matter. Aren't these America First people supposed to agree with that? Not if they hold a Mexican flag, apparently. He says they're militant, parasitic invaders looking to destroy and destabilize a county they did not build and do not love. How do you know any of that stuff? This is an emotionally constructed narrative that's made to make you hate anybody who you think is involved with this. Just be outraged about that. It's pure and just unadulterated manipulation using things they want you to hate. That's their shtick. Now, this clip is simply showing you a guy riding around the car, or two of them, with one guy holding a Mexican flag. Doesn't that seem strange? I mean, obviously, it certainly could be the case. But I mean, are we not even able to consider whether some of these things are being manufactured to justify certain government actions? I mean, my God, if it was Biden, they wouldn't even need a video. They would just make things up, which certainly possible. These people, my point is that it's so amazing how willing they are to look at things that might undermine the point, except when it's their side. I just think that's silly. And so what does this even have to mean? So one guy's got a Mexican flag, therefore literally everybody there is not allowed, is dishonest and wants to hurt the country? I just can't even get past how childishly dishonest these people are. So here is a clip from Alex Jones. Governor Newsom is calling Trump deranged for sending troops into Los Angeles to quell the illegal alien communist insurrection. Do I need to make any more point for that? I mean, can we not laugh at how dumb these people are? How ridiculous and cartoonish the illegal alien communist insurrection? It's like they just lean into the dumbest parts of these narratives. Okay, so if you're going to start flimsily throwing around insurrection, aren't you just as bad as the ones that call January 6th an insurrection? Yeah, you're actually worse, because this is a violent protest. An insurrection? Are they trying to take over government buildings? Are they armed by a state actor? What are you talking about? You're only causing the division. I thought we were in World War III, Alex. Didn't that already start? Oh, wait, I guess that turned out like I thought, which is they responded to Ukraine and everything keep going the way it was. And it didn't end on day one. Still an important war. Still very violent and crazy. Certainly not World War III, though. Like you screamed every day for the last 100 years? I'm just so tired of these people driving you to hate everybody based on political background. Deranged for sending troops. Now, do we know what was happening in California, or was the assumption that it was because it was a Democrat place that they wouldn't do anything about it? Or is it wrong for them to violently overthrow and stop protests? Are we calling for the government to stop people from protesting now because somebody was violent? Isn't that what you guys called out around your protest? I could do this all day long. I just hope that people can start being honest about this and people like this get seen for what they are. He says, meanwhile, the Los Angeles Police Department says the protests are peaceful and without incident. Yeah, because the media lies. Is that new? Are we suddenly unaware that the media lies to us from both sides of the paradigm? The bottom line is it's not just the Democrats like your shtick. It's all of our government lying to us to execute certain agendas. And while tap dancing clowns like Alex Jones get you focused on the division wedge issues, Palantir's still building out their control structure. Israel's still committing a genocide. Your government is still reducing your rights in front of you as he points at things that are happening in the wedge, I guess. And that's supposed to be okay. It infuriates me, as I'm sure you can tell. Yeah, you certainly can make this stuff up, Alex. You do it every day. So all we're seeing, guys, are people breaking the law. Put them in jail. Are we really going to pretend that people that are protesting violently is to rationalize deploying the military? Do you know what he would do if Obama or Biden deployed the military, not the National Guard? You already know, because he flinched at that every time they blinked. Not when Trump does it, though, because Democrats are the deep state. It's just a cartoon. Now, I want to be really clear about this, by the way. I'm not saying that these people shouldn't be held accountable for their crimes. Put them in jail. Hold them to the highest strictest level of the law. They're breaking the law if they're doing so. But you know as well as I, there's a lot of people out there that are simply protesting against crimes that are being committed by our government. Brad Miller sees it. And you see this person, Kurt, they're all desperately trying to divide everybody. He shows a picture of Trump with this clearly ridiculous. Are we still not acknowledging how silly that whole thing was? Right? That you just don't have any, I'm so tired. The idea that we don't all obviously know what a completely manipulated event that was. Now they're lying to you on top of that. Their administration tells you there was only one person shooting. Are we really still falling for all of this? He goes, choose a side, America, and shows a random guy waving a Mexican flag and then Trump. So are we still pretending it's a jihadi thing? Or are we now back to the border? Or is it just both whenever you want it to be? Or on top of that, the idea that we're choosing sides between what? Brad says the two images below don't represent different sides. Stop assuming engineered problems and reactions leading to predetermined solutions. Represent two different sides of a situation. These crafted dialectical traps are used over and over and over again because people keep falling for them. Some people see it. I'd like to believe it's the majority. Now, Kyle Kalinske, who I'm very much not a fan of, simply makes a point that I agree with. And he says the same politicians that say flying a Mexican flag in LA is cause for deportation have an office like this. He's not wrong. It's just the chosen outrage, right? That's okay. That's okay to literally have the Israeli flag closer and more prominent than the American flag. But, somebody waves his own flag, if that's even the case. I mean, I'm starting to wonder at this point how many of these things are completely being contrived. A guy with a mask on, covering his face, driving around with a Mexican flag seems a little bit too contrived to me, but certainly could be possible, or certainly, obviously could be real. But here's the Stephen Miller point, and this is what I'm talking about, with Jones and the rest taking the marching orders and running with it. He says this is a violent insurrection. The more you frivolously throw around things like insurrection, which is the same point they were saying before when it was being leveled at them, or even how about anti-Semitism? It makes it meaningless. The idea is these are people throwing rocks at a government, what is it? CBP agents driving by in their vehicle. And that's an insurrection? That should insult you, especially as you've been called an insurrectionist for simply being present. Stephen Miller, Zionist here, is absolutely destroying this country. And all you're seeing here, so go out there and arrest him if it's a crime. Like this game you play where it cascades into just everything now is illegal. How do you not see that as anti-American? Everyone should care that rights are whether. See, the problem is they've convinced you that the Democrats, you shouldn't care about their rights being suppressed because they hate you. Now, Miller hates you, right? They hate you, and they're pitting you against your neighbor. Now, this is interesting. Protests. Where was that? Oh, wait. Oh, did I forget to grab that? Hold on. Make sure I grabbed that. Oh, okay, I got it right here. I just want to make sure I had the video. So, LA protests. This is from today. All of a sudden, because of all these screaming cries of insurrection and what did they do? Well, they used it. They used it to roll out the executive order that justifies military deployment, and then I don't even know how to frame it just yet because we'll have to see what really becomes of it, but it seems they are loading up for war. Video of Black Hawk helicopter dropping off boxes sparks alarm.
It's a surreal sight. This Black Hawk moved in just in the last few minutes from the Border Patrol, landing at that Homeland Security office on the Paramount side, right next to the Home Depot, and they are unloading this huge helicopter with, just boxes and boxes, dozens of boxes of ammunitions, less lethal weaponry. You see these tanks with flammable labels on the side, one after another, an entire shipment, as if they were getting ready for some kind of a major battle. It really has to be said, this is a remarkable sight in the middle of a suburban street here where they are just unloading all of these weapons, carts full of boxes and flammable weaponry. So you can see that it just made its own parking spot there in the parking lot of that home.
My whole thing, I've been really worried about if this is some outside force trying to destroy this country, doesn't it start to feel increasingly like we're getting there? Like they're causing civil war destabilization in this country? Now, you don't have to assume that's what the case is, but recognize that this is in nobody's interest. Are we really pretending like what's going on there justifies this kind of action? If people are committing crimes, hold them accountable for it. At the end of the day, what this is a ramping up of things that create the justification to do more, to reduce more rights, to deport more people. It's increasing just like we worried it was, or rather that it would.
Homeland Security office on the other side of the river where all of this is taking place, and just a few blocks from that Home Depot and right across the freeway from where that car fire was just a few blocks away, and the protesters and Sheriff's Department had been squaring off. But this site here at the Homeland Security office of these federal officials unloading dozens of boxes of weapons and ammunition is just quite a sight to behold here. Something I really don't recall ever seeing here. Guys, back to you.
Yeah, I definitely see where this is going. I mean, I'm genuinely concerned for this getting out of control. And so this overlaps with the speech part of it. Aaron Melnick points this out. This is ICE, the ICE acting director. He's responding to political rhetoric, he says, causing anti-ICE sentiment and threats. He's saying, I'm demanding that they stop. Okay, so he's telling you you can't say what you want. He's talking about people who are speaking, and he's telling you he's demanding you to stop what you're saying. Like, again, are we confused about what free speech is in this country? It seems that we've gotten in a really bad place for obvious reasons. But are we debating this now? As Aaron says, the U.S. government is demanding that people stop using certain political rhetoric. This is appalling. The government cannot order people not to speak the way they don't like, but they sure as hell think they can. They're literally doing that about Israel right now, like Trump promised he would, by the way, in like 17 different videos. Here he is telling you, demanding that you stop saying things. Now, what he's talking about is accusing the people in ICE of breaking the law. They are breaking the law. Now, look, if there's somebody out there who's doing something that comes to the point of a crime, or, if you're putting out their home address, right? If you're saying things about them that come to the level of a crime, then do something about it. But if they're simply saying, I think they're breaking the law, they have a right to say and think that. They have a right to lie about that. That's free speech. The argument they're trying to make is creating this idea that they're somehow victimized. Right? They're the victim in the situation. They're just trying to do their job, and you're causing them to get attacked and doxxed. Pretty sure that they can protect themselves. Their authorities, they have weapons. If somebody tries to do something, then they'll go to prison. I'm not saying it's okay. I'm just saying the idea of this preemptive action to stop people who are trained to defend themselves, it just seems absurd to me. Now, again, if someone's breaking the law, then they'll be held accountable for that. This is preemptive stuff. This is like pre-crime kind of idea. They're talking about the idea that you need to stop saying all these things and telling it like it is, as I see it, because that's causing them to be causing harm. Tell me how that's different than the left saying your words are causing violence. Pronouns, whatever else. Now, you may pretend like it's a different thing. It's not. It's the exact same thing. Your words are violence, left and the right using it against you. Pay attention.
Officers and agents walk into danger so other people can sleep safely at night, so kids can make it to school safely and play outside. So while it's easy to be an armchair quarterback and make up talking points that get activists riled up,
as you see it anyway. I mean, everybody anywhere ever talking about ICE is not making up talking points. Plenty of us are calling out your crimes you're committing, but it's all about narrative control.
The bottom line is my officers and agents are out there protecting the same people who are threatening their safety.
No, that's not true. Some of them probably. I can prove to you plenty of them have been caught lying egregiously about American citizens. But does that not matter?
Law enforcement's common sense. Politicians need to stop putting my people in danger. I'm not asking them to stop. I'm demanding that they stop. Here's what I have to say to
the gall on this guy to tell you so right there, he's controlling speech. Let's spin this around and pretend that's a Democrat, right? Saying that we demand Republicans stop saying X, Y, and Z about what we're doing. How would you react? Right? Just because you're more emotionally revved up about this topic, or you personally find it to be more important, it's all semantics, guys. It's the idea of the principle. He's telling you, stop saying what you're saying for X, Y, and Z reason. If this was a Democrat doing it to Republicans, you would lose your mind. Stop being hypocrites about this and care about American interests.
Boston Mayor Michelle Wu, Congressman Hakeem Jeffries, and anyone else stirring up the outrage about what ICE does.
All politicians who I don't support. All manipulated politicians trying to lie to you, irrelevant to the principle.
These are real people with real families you're hurting with your ridiculous rhetoric and inflammatory comments. And it's time to remember that.
Okay. Here, Tom Homan doing the same thing. Fox says, what actions need to be taken against Democrats demanding that ICE be unmasked? So again, let's make sure we understand. Here, I'll just do this one first, actually. Same thing. What's her name? I forget her name. Trump administration. Oh, it's Tricia McLaughlin. Saying the mayor of Nashville intentionally doxed ICE agents. Okay. Again, if you think I support any politician, you're not following the show. The point is about what's correct, what you can prove, what's right, what the accurate point is. If you're going to try to pretend that you can dox a government employee, and I'm not talking about, they're not saying give us your family's home address. They're saying, who are they? What are their names? You have a legal right to know that, especially if they're arresting you. Whether you're a green card, visa, American citizen, doesn't change the reality. And she's trying to make it into something of persecution. But they're just trying to do their job, and they're trying to dox them. And you've got a lot of moronic people, Loomer included, screaming about this because either they don't know what they're talking about or they don't care about the facts and just want to tag team with the people fighting the Democrats. That's wild. Now, that's whether or not they're breaking the law. We also know that they've been caught lying repeatedly, making up entire stories about people they arrest. It's not secret. It's come out in court documents. That's not also not to be every ICE agent. That would also be hyperbolic. But to say that they're doxing them and then to go after him is just silly. But it's distracting enough, and it's chilling because a lot of people are now afraid to call these things out. He says you can't dox a government employee. Name, it's public information. This is the same Tricia McLaughlin who published the full name and address of Abrego Garcia's wife. She did that, and the names of their children, forcing her into hiding. So she's got some nerve to complain. Guys, she very publicly did that. So she's going to scream about you knowing the names of officials of the government or people working for the government, and yet she has the nerve to put out their family's address, their names. It kills me how dishonest these people are. Here's what Holman had to say. We're asking the DOJ to look at these statements, so words, free speech, and see if there's something we can do. Does that sound like somebody who understands the limitations of the Constitution, or somebody who's overflowing with power, or perceived anyway, who wants to try to stop you from saying the things they don't like? Not unique to one side or the other. That's just government for you.
Tom, I wonder if you can speak to that a little bit. Explain to us more, help everyone understand the...
And one quick note, listen to the way she sets this up. These people are just so they've got a narrative that whoever their producer or their editor, they laid it out for them. Here's what we want from this. Here's what I want him to say. So don't ask journalistic questions. Don't ask what you know he's going to answer, right? Lay it out. Literally say, we know all this is bad and we all agree. So lay it out for us why. That's what she does right there. And that's not journalism, guys. That's propaganda. I just think it's hilarious. They just are creating the setup for him. It's literally like a layup or a setup and a spike is what it is.
Threat that our ICE agents... I wonder if you can speak to that a little bit. Explain to us more, help everyone understand the threat that our ICE agents are facing by just doing their job, why they need to wear these masks, and also what actions need to be taken against Democrats who are demanding that they be unmasked, and what would happen if they do dox them and unleash publish their identities.
Sorry, I had to say a couple more things. So what's funny about this...
ICE agents are facing by just doing their job.
Yeah, you mean like police enforcement? So are we understand that it was a completely benign position until suddenly Democrats started calling for their names? Now they're super at risk. Pretty sure they carry a gun. Pretty sure they're trained to defend themselves. I don't think Democrats asking for their names are I mean, it's just laughable. Right? Are these weak snowflakes out there worried about being pushed over by a Democrat? I mean, what are we talking about? Nobody, look, if there's somebody out there that wants to level violence against them, they'll end up in prison for the rest of their life, and you know it. They're trying to frame the most benign thing, which is well within the law, as putting them at risk because they know it's an easy argument that will emotionally grab people who want to side with them. It's insane. And then going forward from that,
why they need to wear these masks, and also what actions need to be taken against Democrats who are demanding that they be unmasked. And
so why do they have to wear them? Well, because you're hiding their identity, because you claim a Democrat wanting to know their name as a threat. And then what should happen to the Democrats demanding what is legally required of them, which is that they're required to say their name and that we know who they are if they're working for the government. These are supposed to be journalists, you understand?
What would happen if they do dox them and
dox them, their name.
Publish their identities?
Again, she didn't even try to hide it. Publish their identities. They're government employees, guys. We live in a cartoon clown world right now. We are lost. And the word, you know what worries me the most? I don't think she knows that. That's what's so scary. I don't think the Bondies and the Gnomes and people like this, I think they think they're at the top of their game. That should make you wonder who the hell is actually pulling all these shots. Who is dictating the outcome? It's up for you to decide.
Look, it's incredible. We're at a place where the guys, the men and women who enforce law, they're the bad guys, and the ones who break the law are the victims. You kidding?
Oh, so we don't know of any cops that have ever been the bad guy? This binary worldview where it's like, well, the cops are good guys and everyone else the bad guys. Well, in my experience, it's pretty often the reverse. But as Tom Homan mumbles his response, let's pay attention.
I mean, how come they didn't say anything about BLM? They're out there, they were a mask. How about the protesters?
So this is not an argument. What's the context? Who's even talking about the BLM? Your thing is they didn't care then, just like we always tell you. So you're the same then. So when you guys were mad that they were doing it and that didn't do it, well, now you're doing it back and that's why it's okay. Are we in kindergarten? The point is they all want to do it because it's not two things. It's your government. They're using these things to make you okay with not knowing who these faceless government officials who are throwing you in prison. That which will come back around to you later, right? That's the game. It's childish. It's obvious. Don't let it, call it out.
The college campus, they were protesting against Israel and the Jewish students. They were wearing masks.
Nobody protests against the Jewish students. You absolute clown.
I heard a word about that for these protesters wearing masks, but
well, word about what? Who's supposed to be screaming about that now? We're talking about government officials and their names. And nobody cared. Nobody said anything about where would that even come up? Or supposed to, so you're calling for their names to come up and you're supposed to go, but Israel and the protesters, it doesn't make sense. There's no connection between the person calling for their names and arguing that they're supposed to be showing their faces in Israel. I mean, it just even makes sense. This guy has talking points he's supposed to relate back to. Jews are attacked in Israel and over there and BML and the Black Lives Matter, and they didn't care what those protests. None of that has any bearing on whether or not we have the names of government officials and the context of ICE and what they're doing. But what he does know is that if he says Black Lives Matter, if he says Israel and Jews attacked, he knows the audience that will get mobilized. That's what they do.
ICE agents are wearing masks for one reason, because the assault on ICE officers is up over 400%. The assault on ICE officers.
I'm sure we could take that at face value, right? How often those things are true.
They're being doxxed across the country.
They're not supposed to hide their identities, bud.
And their families are being attacked. Their families are being doxxed.
I haven't seen a single example of that anywhere. I would love right now for anybody. I'm going to make a note of that. I'm willing to bet you, and listen, look, I haven't even looked into this extensively, but I'm willing to bet you right now anything that's not true. And there's literally no evidence anywhere about that at all. I could be wrong. I'm putting a shot out there because this is how these people operate. Let me know let me know in the chat. I'm making a note right now and I'm going to follow up on this because these people like Pam Bondi will scream whatever the emotional thing is that gets you to believe they're right, even though 95% of the time it shows that they're wrong. And I mean, I made the number up, but the point is that's my impression on this. And it's not unique to left and right, but damn it, if you can't see by now, I mean, look at what happened with USAID. Look at what happened with Doge and all the funding. And look at what happened with every argument from Israel. Look at what happened with every single conversation. So let me know what you think in the chat. Let's keep playing it.
Families are being threatened. And I certainly understand it. I allow death threats. I've been doxxed. My family.
So have I. So should I make your speech illegal?
Has been doxxed. I understand it. But they're wearing masks for one reason only: protect themselves and their families. They're doing a dangerous job. This is already a dangerous job.
So should police all wear masks now? You see where this goes? Yeah, so get ready for the Gestapo, guys. That's what they're building out under the hatred of the other side, like everything else.
You got to wear a gun. They got to wear a Kevlar vest every day because they're doing a dangerous job every day. While the rest of these people, like Hakeem Jeffries, is sleeping in his bed at night at 3 a.m., nice and comfortably and safe, there's men and women of ICE on the street doing surveillance on significant public safety threats, really bad characters, and national security threats. They're taking it on every day. The men and women of Border Patrol standing on a dirt trail every night, 3 a.m., taking on the bad guy. So this is another threat against ICE agents, and we're asking the Department of Justice to look at these statements and see if there's something we can do. When do you cross that line?
Yeah. Okay, so you didn't miss that, did you? Words. When do you cross the line? So he's talking about speech and people demanding that we know who they are, which is within the law. And he wants you to believe there's a line there that's being crossed.
I'm threatening ICE officers. And here's
now, to be clear, if there's somebody breaking the law, like calling somebody's family and threatening them with the phone, there's a law that could be applied there, then do something about it. But the idea that you should just broadly hide things or start just ignoring other laws because one person did this or this guy got threatened or you're making all that up is insane. And it only leads to reduction of rights, more authoritarian government, and it's exactly what we all see coming right now.
The problem, you know, you got all these people now attacking ICE. You saw they're writing death to ICE agents.
Oh, no. Somebody said some bad things about you. Oh, Homan, you must be really struggling.
ICE agents been threatened, their families been threatened, and you got members of Congress. You got some judges out there that compare ICE to the KKK, ICE to the Nazis.
Yeah, those are all called opinions, buddy. Are we now in a world where you're not allowed to express an opinion, especially when it's extreme? I mean, I just don't understand how Americans think this lines up because he says he's America first. Nothing matters. These are the ones that are supposed to be fighting to a fault for your constitutional rights, not finding loopholes around it for the other side.
You got city council people saying ICE are terrorists. They're feeding the hatred. And here's my concern.
Just like you guys do every single day. And that's neither here nor there. The point is, you have a right to say what you want. That's free speech, guys. That's what it really means. They are just trying to find ways to argue that's where it's gone too far. And then once that door's kicked in, like fire in a theater, it's too late. They're going to continue to work it back like they've been doing the entire time. I mean, look, I'm not trying to ignore the reality. Like, this is the same point from before. I shouldn't even have to say this because it's obvious. There are laws in place every single time. And if somebody breaks that law, there are already ways to hold them accountable right now. The idea that they need to take extra measures because of crimes that might be committed, that's what their job already is. You don't need to point at ICE protest to argue that. There's a thousand things they put their lives at risk for because their jobs are dangerous. If you're going to pretend that the Democrat calling them or whatever else, that's the threat, it's so stupid. Anything that goes beyond that, they can do something about. This guy is one of the biggest problems in this country right now.
I've been doing this for a long time. It's a matter of time before ICE takes a life.
Okay. You see where that just went? Rapidly, based on speech?
Or an ICE agent loses their life because the rhetoric is at an all-time high and is being fed by people who should be more responsible. Elected officials.
I mean, look, you could make the same point just like they do about anything they're saying about Israel, anything they're saying about Muslims in this country, anything they're saying about any number of things. Immigrants in general right now, you don't see an overwhelming pushback against people who are just simply immigrants, who are being attacked in the streets or their families are getting attacked. That's happening too. But that's not, the point is, that's not the right thing to say. You don't say, well, that's happening, so this one shouldn't matter. It's a principle thing, guys. That should be called out, just like this should be called out. Either one, there are crimes that are in place already, or rather laws that are in place already.
Especially who keeps firing up this rhetoric. I'm telling you, it's coming. There's going to be a tragedy because they keep throwing gas on this flame.
Great. We'll get ready for the false flag. What that feels like for me. Right? I mean, look, the idea, and look, it doesn't even have to be a manufactured event. You understand that people who are an authority figure who carry weapons and engage with dangerous criminals, violence happens a lot of the time. People get shot. It happens as often as it happens. So when that inevitably happens, guess what he's going to say? There you go. It's their fault. Democrats did it. Or they manufacture it. Right? I mean, are we really going to pretend like that's not the most obvious setup in the world? There will be something that happens because they're dealing with dangerous criminals. Yes. I mean, that is part of it. They're also arresting a lot of innocent people, which is easily what's happening, and that's why they're really protesting. You know, it's like when they tried to pretend that everybody protesting Israel was somehow hating the Jews, which he said himself. You know that's not true. It's embarrassingly wrong, and yet here we are doing it all over again. I argue for the exact same entity. So going over to this next part, the last kind of part of this before we go over Garcia. So this is from June 4th. U.S. immigration officers ordered to arrest more people even without warrants. This is a public conversation. So you are verifiably violating any number of your own laws, and people dare to protest that, and then you say they're responsible for any violence that comes? You talk about censoring people? You're violating American constitutional rights every second. And you're not even allowing these people we have a right to know who these people are enforcing these laws illegally, or rather illegally enforcing illegally without warrants. We saw Stephen Miller blow up at these people screaming and demanding more people. He said, just go to the Home Depot. Like, we're going to pretend like that's just the worst of the worst. No, that's what they're saying. The data shows you, as I've been showing you the entire time, the vast majority of people, and yes, there are some of them that are criminals, but the vast majority were here legally with no criminal record. And you could prove it. That's what's so insane. You can quite literally go and look for yourself, and yet people will push back because they're lazy or they don't care about it because of their personal politics. If you care, the facts are out there. And that needs to matter if you care about the Constitution, because people like Holman are literally destroying it, whether they know it or not. And I think on this one, just for time, basically on this is just, well, maybe I'll talk about this in the next one, but it's, could Elon Musk be deported by Trump? Let's see where we're at. Well, the bottom line on this is interesting because this is the overlap. And I guess whether it's the theater aspect of this, it's hard to tell. But Bannon has come up and screamed about deportation for Elon Musk, as well as seizing his company. And what's interesting is that it turns out the background information is pretty compelling. And Biden said something about it, but it didn't get much attention. But the argument is, as even Bannon is now screaming, that Elon Musk was illegally here. And even Elon Musk apparently said that he had to say that or he would have been not able to start his business, but now claiming that's not true. Like a lot of stuff he says. The argument is that he lied to get the visa that he used for school, then he started a business. And then through all that over the long-term period, got naturalization. But the argument is, if you can prove that that they could revoke his citizenship. And Bannon is quite literally saying he's here illegally. Deport him right now. I just found it to be very interesting because the other part too is it says U.S. law states the citizenship gained through naturalization can be revoked if it was procured by concealment of a material fact. But it says even if there's some evidence of fraud, it has to be willful and material. In other words, it has to be intentional and have a direct impact on the decision to grant citizenship. Now, we're talking about citizenship here, but it says this is a high bar, and innocent misstatements or minor omissions are not enough. So here we are of a situation where it appears Musk is the one leading a charge against deportation, at least Miller is, but he's a major part of it, at least he was. And yet he's just as guilty as most of the people they're going after. I mean, guilty is even the wrong word, especially if we're talking about somebody like this. The MAGA green card holder from Denmark, who was literally here for a decade, who had a paperwork miscommunication from 2015. He was literally at the meeting for his final to get citizenship, and they arrested him, put him in prison. He's been in jail since then. I think the hearing's coming up maybe yesterday or today. The point is they even refused to let him out. If the guy's got he's got a family, he's been here for the longest time. He showed up to every single meeting. These are the people that Miller's pushing him to go after. And that's the problem. All right. So if you're over here saying it's a high bar, you have to prove that he did it wrong. Well, they don't seem to have that same allowance for anybody else in the situation. And I just think it's very interesting that even Bannon is now pushing back and saying, deport the guy. Here's another one. Trump supporter wrongly detained by ICE. That's this guy right here. He simply says, I voted for Trump last election, but because I thought it was going to be the things, like go against criminals, not every Hispanic looking, like they will assume that they're all illegals. That's what he said. Because they arrested him and he was saying, I'm an American citizen. We saw another video of a guy getting tackled to the ground saying, I'm an American. And they didn't believe him. And he was. We had the guy from Texas that was accused and arrested for being an illegal immigrant. Then both McLaughlin and the other person lied about him, saying he was here coming from the Mexico part. No, he came from Texas. Neither of them were true because he lives in Texas. He's an American citizen. All of it came out in court, or rather in the investigation, because they withheld from sending him because of the court in regard to not deportate. He'd probably be in El Salvador right now. The bottom line is it's so frivolous and it's everywhere. In this case, the guy, they basically put handcuffs on him. He goes, look, I'm an American citizen. And they had to force it through to even find that out. They're laughing at him. Musk fires back with slur after Steve Bannon called for Trump to seize his business. So the other continuing point on all this, guys, is the idea that how do you not see how these people are, what's the right word for it? Like dictators. They do whatever they want. The argument, they're supposed to act within the law, and we care about the Constitution in America, and all of a sudden they have a little tiff, and now you're going to, at least Bannon's calling for it to seize this company, deport the guy. I mean, it's just so, these people don't care about what's right or wrong. They don't care about the Constitution. They care about their side. That's team sport politics for you. Now, I have a limited time left here. I want to make sure we get into the majority of this. Now, I pointed this out around Garcia. I said, this will blow up in their face. In the supposed incident that they're pointing to, the traffic incident, he was let go with a traffic ticket. How many times did Bondi and Noam scream he'll never come back to the United States? Well, he's back now. They'll say anything. I just want to make sure you understand how crazy that is. Now, here's Bondi back April 16th. Deported man not coming back to the country. They must be pretty embarrassed right now. Now, we're going to go over this. First, before we do, there's that not coming back to the country point. I want to show a couple things. This was a recent ruling of the Supreme Court. It says, it is well established that the Fifth Amendment entitles aliens to due process. The Supreme Court contradicts Nancy Mace's citizenship claim, which is scary, right? Either she's that stupid or she's that dishonest. Because you know this, but there's still people like her, and that's why people out there are screaming that immigrants don't have rights, who want you to think that. She's a flaming Zionist. The bottom line is, of course they do, and even the Supreme Court has now ruled for the 15th time, and they'll still push back on it. Now, I'll include this. You should watch this. It's an hour long. This is April 24th, 2025. I went through this the whole time in every one of these documents. Every one of these for the podcast. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10, I think I did fast. 10 or 11 links. All court documents. All of them showing you exactly what I'm saying in this clip. I break it down, the whole thing. And I said, right now, it's paramount Americans understand two things. One, even illegal immigrants have the right to due process. And here's Grok saying that. And two, we are being lied to about Abrego Garcia. This was called the unprecedented gaslighting and lies around Abrego Garcia. So the quick general breakdown on this, guys, if you remember, is the simple point that Garcia, and we'll show you this. He was, I'm hoping I've got time for this, man. I want to go through this all. He was pulled over, had a bunch of people in his car. Now, again, to bring this back to the origin point, I've at least personally never, and I'm most people honest about this, have ever tried to argue that I somehow know he's not a criminal. I think most people, in the eyes of the government at least, are today. The bottom line is that it was about due process, that they never in any way tried to prove the allegations of MS-13 and easily pointed out these are new allegations. This didn't go back to before. It was about the idea of what currently applied to today, the deportation. And so, yes, as we just showed you, they're required to give him due process. And it would have been, if they claim they have all the evidence, it would have been going, look, here it is, not the old document, which I'll point out in a second, but the new information that proves what you're saying, and send him anywhere but El Salvador because of the previous Supreme Court ruling that said they couldn't. That was from the Trump administration, by the way. In 2019, he was pulled over. Now, at that time, the idea, not in 2009, basically the point is the court had ruled that he was, or rather they had said that he was a possible MS-13 in that discussion. Now, that was the reason that they said that in the traffic stop. Like, the whole point is it cascaded over on the document saying that, so it was assumed. Now, in two different court deportation cases, or rather hearings, it was pointed to that the cop who took him, arrested him at Home Depot before that, wrote down MS-13. That's all it was. And it's just so, and every one of the links I include, even Judge Zenas in the recent court case broke all this down. So they said that. Now, at this point, or even now, you could consider the possibility but what matters is what you can prove and whether they went through due process around it anyway. And the point is that he points to a anonymous source that even to this day, Judge Zenas and the rest point out it's all hearsay. That cop then got fired for corruption. So it should make you question whether that anonymous source that claimed he was a gang member existed at all. So it then became the process of the deportation discussion, right? Because he was here illegally. Now, it came to 2019 where that was coming to a head. And the point was that they simply said through these court cases that the cop had claimed that. And so they said that he was I think they said they were, what's the word they used? Basically going with what the cop said. Not that proved he was MS-13. Simply saying that for the purposes of this case and the court deportation discussion, we're going to basically side with the cop in that possibility and use that to move forward with the court deportation case. Same thing with the second document they point to. Not that it was proven he was MS-13. They said that in the proceedings. And same thing Judge Zenas said. So the bottom line was it came back to that anonymous source and the cop who was fired. Now, the reason they made these statements, and even to the day they say MS-13, is because of that same point. It's never been a verified fact. That's why it's so embarrassing for Trump and the whole Knuckles thing to come out to this being that you know for sure because those tattoos are there when Trump clearly thinks that that's the case. even though you can prove that wasn't the case. Let's just kind of see if I can find it real quick. Here. This is worth seeing again.
He wasn't a member of a gang. And then they looked, and on his knuckles, he had MS-13.
There's a dispute
Wait a minute. He had MS-13 on his knuckles tattooed.
He had some tattoos that are interpreted that way. But let's move on.
Wait a minute. Hey, Terry.
He did not have the letter MS-13.
It says MS-13.
That was Photoshopped. So let me
That was Photoshopped. Terry, you can't do that. Hey, they're giving you the big break of a lifetime. You know, you're doing the interview. I picked you because, frankly, I never heard of you, but that's okay. I picked you, Terry. But you're not being very nice. He had MS-13 tattooed.
We'll agree to disagree. I want to move on to something else.
Terry, do you want me to show you the picture?
I saw the picture.
And you think it was Photoshop? Well,
here we go.
Don't Photoshop it. Go look at his hand. He had MS-13.
He did have tattoos that can be interpreted that way. I'm not an expert on them. I want to turn to Ukraine, sir.
Terry,
I want to get to Ukraine.
No. He had MS as clear as you can be, not interpreted. This is why people no longer believe the news, because
when
it's
he was
fake
photographed
news.
in El Salvador, they aren't there. But let's just go on. They aren't there when he's in El Salvador.
They weren't there, but they're there now, right?
No,
but they're there
in
now.
your picture.
Terry,
Ukraine, sir.
He's got MS-13 on his knuckles.
All right.
Okay?
Well, we'll take a look at that.
You do such a disservice.
We'll take a look at that,
Why don't you just say it? Yes, he does.
God, it's so embarrassing. So in case you missed the point, that's not true. We covered this on the show. Everyone seemed to cover it. It was put there for illustrative purposes. They're claiming that the tattoos on his fingers were the thing. And even that's been proven by experts saying that's not the case, that they don't do that. You know, it's just so incredible. So back to the point. The only thing thus far was the insinuation from a corrupt cop, an anonymous source you can't prove. Okay, so the bottom line was that Trump's administration in 2019 gave him a withholding of removal. Trump's administration, knowing that, and the cop pulling him over in the traffic case, let him off with a ticket. We'll go over the point of what they were claiming. The bottom line is it ended up with a ticket. There was no other evidence. How in the world you go back and relitigate that somehow? Well, I guess litigate's the wrong word, but how do you point back at a stop that the cop gave a ticket for and moved on and claimed that we have more information now? It just seems wildly dishonest. Knowing that they've been caught lying about this stuff over and over, knowing that they know they're in a bad position because they're going to have some legal repercussions. Don't you think they'd be willing to kind of build a case around this, even if they were using lies? I personally think absolutely. Consider it for yourself. But so today, they're now claiming back because of that case that he is not just a human trafficker, but he's abused women. And I mean, they just like, I'll go through it. They threw all this out. And just in every single way they've already done. The ways they came out and said, and not just Garcia, but countless other people, the claims of people being gang members from Venezuela or gang members from El Salvador, and showing that most of them were not. They keep lying, and they know they're lying. Also, this was the point from before about the coercion. Bondi engaging in concerted effort to compel the attorneys at the DOJ to violate their ethical obligations. The simple point was Garcia was one of these examples. I'm just trying to get to the crux of the point. Now, it says the most alarming example of such conduct involves the high-profile cases of Abrego Garcia. And it says one of these DOJ lawyers, he was then the acting deputy director of the Office of Immigration, appeared at the April 4th hearing and told the judge, we concede the facts regarding Abrego Garcia's deportation. The plaintiff, Garcia, should not have been removed. There's no dispute that the order could not be used to send him to El Salvador. He got removed for that. These people are getting pushed out of the way for acknowledging the facts because it's inconvenient for the administration. Now, again, that's not unique to left and right, but realize that it's important today more than ever. Chief prosecutor resigned over Abrego Garcia's indictment, feared case pursued for political reasons. So there's many people along this path who have been like, you guys are lying about this, and just move back. And we're talking about Republicans, guys. So here is the article, Abrego Garcia to return to U.S. to face charges. This was the 6th. It says the newly unsealed indictment charges Abrego Garcia with unlawful transportation of undocumented aliens and a related conspiracy charge. He stands accused of making more than 100 trips from Texas to other parts of the country over the course of the year to transport migrants in exchange for payment. Okay, so where was all this before? You're telling me the Trump administration in 2019, the argument is it's all new information because they finally started to look. Well, why didn't you look before? Why didn't you have an interest in caring about this possible investigation back in the first time it happened? All right, so now what they're claiming is because of this, they got to look back into it. It just all seems wildly contrived. And with a person that you were refusing to bring back in the first place, now you're bringing him back because you claim you found new information. The idea that you would have brought him back because you had evidence is a lie. You already made it clear that wasn't the case. Or yeah, in fact, you argued you did have all the evidence, but you weren't going to bring him back. Now Bondi's claiming because they have evidence, that's why they brought him back. I mean, doesn't this feel very much like the way Israel conducts their propaganda? I think that's important overlap, whether there's a connection or not. It's just this lie and lie. Just, oh, you don't like that one? How about this lie? Oh, just lying next to the next narrative, the next lie, rather, that continues the whatever makes you believe it in that moment, even if it contradicts what they said before. Now, it says the investigation stems from when the Tennessee Highway Patrol pulled over Abrego Garcia in 2022 for speeding. And the video, and that was the point, is, so I think I hope I didn't misspeak before, but the point was that the 2019 was Home Depot. That's when that cop and the anonymous source that I don't think exists claimed that. That went through 2 different deportation hearings. They gave him the withholding of removal in 2019. Now, when they pulled him over, that's why the cop was considering what they said, because on that it said MS-13, even though that was never verified and it was from a cop that was fired. So think about that. So that's how this narrative builds into 2022. I'll show you the clip of the cop saying, oh, they think he's trafficking people. Okay, well, the bottom line is ended up where he gave him a ticket, let him go. But it says, and the video of the incident shows the officer skeptical of a van full of passengers, which I am too. I'll show you why. Doesn't mean that he's everything they claim he is. That's why evidence matters, due process matters, which now he's going to get sort of retroactively after they take all this time to manufacture a case, which is kind of what I think happened. The indictment alleges Abrego Garcia falsely told the officer he was driving construction workers from St. Louis, but he was actually on one of his trips transporting undocumented migrants, or so the U.S. government tells you. The government disappeared Kilmar to a foreign prison in violation of a court order. That's true. Now, after months of delay and secrecy, they're bringing him back, not to correct their error, but to prosecute him. I think it's an interesting way to look at it, right? And these are, if they had never been forced to bring him back, would this have ever even happened? Now it says, quote, this shows that they were playing games with the court all along. Due process means the chance to defend yourself before you're punished, not after. Again, even if you're here illegally, and in this case, he wasn't, if you remember correctly. Once he was given the withholding of removal, he's technically not here legally, but you are being granted the allowance to stay. So you are no longer here illegally. You see what I'm saying? Like you're in a limbo state, but you're not in the country illegally ever since 2019, despite how they frame this. That's true. And it's easy to prove from the Trump administration. Says this is an abuse of power, not justice. The government should put him on trial, yes, but in front of the same immigration judge who heard his case in 2019, which is the ordinary manner of doing things, to ensure that his case is handled as it would have been had he not been improperly sent to El Salvador, as the Supreme Court ordered. Bondi said Friday that after his trial and serving his sentence if convicted, she also said Friday that after his trial and serving his sentence, if convicted, Abrego Garcia would be deported to El Salvador. I see this so crazy. It says it's not clear how such a move would be lawful. As an immigration court judge in Trump's administration, at the time, Trump's administration ruled barring him from going to that country for political persecution. So why then would he go back to that country if that's like the one thing aside from due process that was holding this up? I honestly think they're just trying to get people outraged. But it says the Trump administration has been ordered by several courts to return Garcia, most recently in a Supreme Court decision from April saying the White House must facilitate his return. As we remember, for months, the White House argued that that only meant supplying a plane if the government of El Salvador wished to return him. So you just can't look at those arguments and pretend like what's happening now is like what they wanted. Is Bondi's like desperately trying to make it sound like this was all, we win, like everything, right? But it says Secretary of State Rubio was leading negotiations of the man's return. I think that's important. From the beginning of this, it's been felt like Rubio was the one being framed by Trump as responsible for all of it. We made that point back then. Even Rubio tried to push it back on Trump a little bit. But it says Bondi said the case was based on recently found facts. Think about that. You just drummed up some facts all of a sudden. Where were all these people? How did you have this on? If you didn't do it then, how is it happening now? It seems very dishonest to me. It says Friday's court filings make numerous references to Garcia's alleged membership of MS-13. So they're still pushing that. They had their opportunity to make this case and they were unable to present the evidence. Now, maybe they make up something today, which they're already doing. But think about that. Saying he's also often accompanied by members of the gang. So they're still pushing this argument. Now, let me ask you something. If there is new evidence that comes out and makes that case, does that change the fact that they illegally deported him without due process? No, it does not. That's the only point, you understand. But it matters that these things are shown to be factual because I think they're trying to dig themselves out of a hole. But if they have a source that comes up and says he did all these things, should you be skeptical of that? Damn well right you should be. They're right now in a very sticky situation. And all of a sudden you got somebody else who they might give a deal to who suddenly starts saying everything they need to hear. I'm not saying that should be the assumption, but you should definitely consider that. A review of court records by the Hill shows the accusation is largely based on a tip from one confidential informant. I'll include this right here. This is the article about that. And you already know this. That's referring to the same thing we were talking about. And it says, there's a big difference between what the state of play was before the indictment and after the indictment. The recent indictment. They're leveling all this against it right now. Which, by the way, don't forget, the indictment is not hard to... You don't need to... Indictments aren't proof. It's an allegation. That's all it is. So everyone on the MAGA side right now is trying to pretend like that's proving. We knew it. Look at this indictment. We told you he's a criminal. They can accuse you of anything. It says, and so the reason why he is back and was returned was because it's an arrest warrant which was presented to the government in El Salvador. So you're going to pretend like you couldn't have just had... the idea that that's the only reason it suddenly worked out and it was totally organic, had nothing to do with what the courts were doing and how you were refusing to bring him back. Doesn't that just feel childish? That's the best. They really just can't be grown up about this and be like, okay, fine, we'll adhere to what you're asking. They can't be seen to be weak or not winning. Somehow this was just how it worked out and what we always planned. And now we're showing you the truth. You are being forced to bring him back because you broke the law. And now you've seemingly thrown together some patched together case and acting like that's why we now. So you're telling me El Salvador Boukele wouldn't have given him back unless you had a warrant? Yeah, he clearly cares about the law of a foreign country, right? It's just so stupid. It says, so there's a big difference there as far as whether it makes the ongoing litigation in Maryland moot. It says, as I repeatedly said, this is not about the man. It's about his constitutional rights. And the rights of all. I agree completely with that. The administration will now have to make its case in a court of law as it should have all along. Right? That's the only point. Right? So when it comes to the main crux of the point, we're being vindicated because now they're being proven to have had to do that, which we already knew. So the argument is now kind of, as it was in the beginning, been pushed over into you're trying to claim he's not a gang member. No, I care about the facts. And if you're lying about them and we can prove that, that matters to me. But the only point in this is whether or not he was sent to the wrong place and given due process. That's it. And we're right, as you probably can see by now. Daily Mail, Trump says choice to bring deported Maryland man, Kilmar Garcia. I don't know, it's so funny they keep doing that. He is from Maryland. He wasn't born there. He's lived there for a really long time. It's this game you play where because somehow, it's like, it's again, if the Trump administration gave him the legal right to stay here, doesn't that mean that he's, your guy did that? It's just it's so funny. But it says, wasn't my decision. So Rubio being said as the lead guy in regard to this negotiation and then claiming it was. So somehow the president, you have the mandate and he could do whatever he wants, but somehow wasn't able to dictate this. No, that's him just passing the buck is what it is. That's a bad leader. Good leaders do not blame their underlings for choices that were made, whether or not they were involved. You're the leader, you take it. But he said Donald Trump told NBC that it was the decision of the Department of Justice to return him, who had been wrongfully deported. He says, well, that wasn't my decision. The Department of Justice decided to do it that way. Oh, really? Like you couldn't be like, no, I'm in charge? It's just so silly. And it says he's trying to defend a man who's got a horrible record of abuse of women in particular. No, he's a total loser, this guy, Trump said. Now, see, now the allegation of abusing women, not proven in a court of law, has now become the absolute fact. Like trafficking, like MS-13, like everything else they have yet to actually prove. That's how this works. This is the court of public opinion. That's how they operate. So let's look at the indictment real quickly. You can read through it. There's 10 pages. But I want to make something really clear to you. That first, again, the point about what this is, an indictment is an allegation, guys. Now, yes, they have to construct some level of evidence, but it's not proof, despite what some screamers online would want you to believe. But if you read through this, everything until this last part is just narrative. Right? So from 2016 through 2025, Kilmar and others are known by the grand jury to conspire to bring undocumented aliens into the country. So people read that who don't know any better and think, oh my God, this court document, I knew it. And that's just the government saying that. That's all that means. And so you can read through the whole thing. It's all their claims about trafficking, about everything. So when you get to the actual meat of what they're claiming they can prove it with is right here. Okay, so it says everything else is just the narrative. Now it says, on or about the following dates, the manner of means of conspiracy, Kilmar Garcia and his co-conspirators took the case to the following actions. Now, the argument is, one, that he had people in the car with him that he was trafficking, and two, that there are co-conspirators that he works with for a trafficking network, all of which is certainly possible. That's my point, is that we have to wait for the actual due process, the introduction of evidence and the court, and that exactly. Then we'll know. And so by doing all of this, they're simply proving that we were right? That this is what should have happened first. And had they done it first, we wouldn't be here. Well, I guess other than the going to El Salvador. But the bottom line is this is the real point. And so what they're saying is that it's a bigger story now with co-conspirators, and we have to wait for the evidence to be presented. And if it does and he's guilty, well, then we talk about it. But what's interesting is how obvious it is that they violated this in the first place. But you can see it goes through and says, when asked where they were traveling from, he knowingly falsely told them they were coming from St. Louis. Now, this is just I'm going to play these clips for you, so I'm just brushing through it. This is the case of him being pulled over. Multiple passengers were going to the same address. Now, I think, look, the claim is that he's bringing them to work for construction. Now, for someone who works I'd worked in kitchens, and I've worked with a lot of people in the kitchen, in the dish room, that were people that were illegal aliens or people that were, immigrants. It's very common for them to try to get their friends jobs and so on. And so just like, let's just even say they were all illegal aliens in the car, that doesn't prove that he's somehow trafficking people. What it seems to suggest, unless he's lying about it, which is certainly possible, is that he was bringing them over because he was going to get them jobs with somebody that he worked with. And that's why they put him as their address, because they're going there with him. Or he could be doing something illegal. That's what we'll find out in the case. But what's interesting is that it's not as clear cut as people online are trying to make it, just like the last time. And what I can't see in here at all is any indication that he's provably part of MS-13. That seems to be kind of being left out there as if they've already proven that. But you can read through it. I mean, it's all very contrived, in my opinion, and it's basically using that one stop to make all this case. The one stop that Trump's last administration ignored and gave him a right to stay here. I just really love for you to make sense of that for me. So either they made the mistake last time and they're responsible for allowing him to stay here, which then in some ways makes them responsible for what might have happened, or they're lying about it now. So I'm going to play this video. Here's the first part of it because it gets cut off by Fox News, but this is RT. And here's what's interesting, by the way. This is on the 6th, right? So they report to you that he's going to return to the country. And that same day, he returns to the country. So I guess certainly possible that he was already on the way before they said that. But to me, it gives the impression of how easy it is to bring him back. All this fighting was because they needed to construct the case. So they had their weapons and ammunition ready to, claim that they did know he was a criminal, even though they just constructed it now based on new evidence, they say. I mean, the fact that she said that's going to bite them. Watch. Because if it's all new evidence, then what'd you use to deport him the first time? You see my point? But either way, how rapidly this happened shows you that they just were dragging their feet for obvious reasons. So watch this first part.
We're here today to announce a major update in an important case. Abrego Garcia has landed in the United States to face justice. On May 21st, a grand jury in the Middle District of Tennessee returned a sealed indictment charging Abrego Garcia with alien smuggling and conspiracy to commit alien smuggling in
So not human trafficking then, despite saying that, even though it's very similar, right? Or the idea...
A grand jury in the Middle District of has landed in the United States to face justice.
Right. So justice. Right. So why just send him away then? Right. This idea that you somehow had this MS-13 gang kingpin leader who you told us was a leader. Remember that? And you also told us that he was a human trafficking monster, that he was hurt. Okay, you said all of that really forcefully, and then you sent him away. Why? If the justice was so necessary. You see my point? Like, this doesn't add up. If you're honest, you know that this is just the narrative they're putting out. And it needs to scream dishonesty because of how long this took. If it was about justice, this would not be the way it went. And of course, it's a sealed indictment. Of course, it's not going to be something we can all see, despite that. I mean, I get the sense there's no way this doesn't find its way out. Somebody's going to make this clear, but I'm worried they're going to do this behind closed doors for obvious reasons.
On May 21st, a grand jury in the Middle District of Tennessee returned a sealed indictment charging Abrego Garcia with alien smuggling and conspiracy to commit alien smuggling in violation of Title 8 U.S.C. 1324.
Not that he's guilty of it, not that we know anything, but that's what they're being charged with. That's it.
We want to thank President Boukele for agreeing to return Abrego Garcia to the United States. Our government presented El Salvador with an arrest warrant, and they agreed to return him to our country.
None of which is necessary, by the way, as even the courts ruled and everybody could functionally see they were functionally in control of him the entire time. That's what the courts ruled. That's what the evidence shows. So again, it's all just the construct they're giving you to try to make it look like they didn't just lose, which is what happened.
General Pam Bondi on these latest charges for Kilmer Abrego Garcia.
Alien smuggling and conspiracy to commit alien smuggling in violation of Title 8 U.S.C. 1324. We want to thank President Boukele for agreeing to return Abrego Garcia to the United States. Our government presented El Salvador with an arrest warrant, and they agreed to return him to our country. We're grateful to President Boukele for agreeing to return him to our country to face these very serious charges. This is what American justice looks like.
I mean, where do you get off saying that? You see what I'm saying? Like, what are you talking about? Like, so you went out of your way to try to get this guy somewhere, and now because you're forced to bring him back and you patch together this case, this is what justice looks like? This is my point about team sport politics. If you're a child could see how that's you trying to paint a picture that's not embarrassing, but yet they're all out there cheerleading, all the Johnsons and all the cats, they're all out there going, we did it. This is the best ever. We're winning every single time everything happens. And it's just so frustrating. It's embarrassing. Anyway.
Upon completion of his sentence, we anticipate he will be returned to his home country of El Salvador.
So I think that's wild. I mean, how are you even going to say that? Like, the whole premise of, like, from the legal perspective, outside of the due process, which is going to be addressed going back, was that he got sent somewhere that the court said he couldn't, that the Trump administration got the withholding removal for him back in 2019. And you're going to send him there now anyway? Like, just because he gets, if and when he gets convicted of a crime, he still can't go back to El Salvador, because it's just so funny how they, I think, are constantly trying to poke it in the eye. Like, I think they need to try to paint themselves as not following along. Like they're fighting the deep state kind of thing. It's just lazy.
The grand jury found that over the past 9 years, Abrego Garcia has played a significant role in an alien smuggling ring.
I'm interested to see how they try to patch that together, right? So if you've got one incident, at least as far as we could tell, we'll see what comes out in this. Because maybe there's more. I don't know. See, I'm not going to assume that. I'm not like the partisans. I'm not going to lurch into what I believe and yell that's the fact. The point is, we very, very well could be. But it's, from what we know, they've got one incident that he was let off with a traffic ticket. Or rather, it wasn't even that. I think it was a fix-it kind of a thing. I'll show you in a second. The bottom line, though, back to this, is what else is, I mean, where are you building into a conspiracy of continual effort I mean, if this is based on one person or even a few saying that that's what happened and there's nothing else to back it up, is that going to hold up? I shouldn't.
They found this was his full-time job, not a contractor. He was a smuggler of humans and children and women.
So you see where this goes? You can't see, this is what makes her bad at her job, and I think why she's out of her depth. You don't give somebody an allegation. You don't say we're charging you with this and then say he did these things. He is that, and he's guilty. That's not what that says. That says you're charging him and you're going to find out through the investigation. Those are the allegations. But you see, already in the minds of people on the Twitterverse, they're saying that's the case, just like they said he's a gang member, just like they said he's a trafficker before anything had ever been produced. It's all based on the court of public opinion and emotional partisan arguments from very obvious liars who are bad at it. But just recognize that. This is an indictment. This is a charge, and she's saying it as absolute fact. That's how it works.
He made over 100 trips, the grand jury found, smuggling people throughout our country. MS-13 members, violent gang terrorist organization members throughout our country.
Very certain about it, very strong, or not. But the point is, you could obviously argue the possibility of the fact that he's bringing people to work there. I don't know. But you know as well as I how easy it is for her to just scream all dangerous MS-13 members, like all the dangerous ones that went over to El Salvador. No, because 75% of the ones she told you were the worst of the worst were innocent people with no criminal record who were not here illegally. The most provable part of the conversation, you could prove it. And she said they were all evil criminals. So that needs to weigh on your mind. If she's saying that and she lied, either she was lied to and didn't care to look, or she knows she was lying. So now she could be doing both of those things. Or not. We'll find out.
Thousands of illegal aliens were smuggled.
Allegedly.
This is especially disturbing because Abrego Garcia is also alleged with transporting minor children.
Wow. So now we're bringing into pedophilia now. Child trafficking. Allegations, though, but watch how it quickly turns into the fact.
Defendant traded the innocence of minor children for profit.
See?
There are even more disturbing facts.
I mean, she just said alleged and then made a fact statement after that. This person's out of her depth.
That the grand jury uncovered. It is alleged this defendant is part of the same smuggling ring responsible for the death of more than 50 migrants in 2021 after the tractor trailer overturned in Mexico.
In Mexico? Didn't know it was called Mexico. But I'll tell you what right now, I'm willing to bet you that half of the stuff she's lobbing out doesn't even come to pass in the court of law. Just like it didn't last time. They make all these grandiose claims, and then when they go to court, they focus on, they don't present the evidence. But see, that's not, they're trying to convince the random followers out there, not the court of law. I don't think they care, frankly. I think they already know that they're up an uphill battle here, but they're trying to generate screaming people. You know what? Here's what's so funny. Tom Homan's out here screaming about ICE and people that we have a right to know. And then you've got these people out here radicalizing people against activist Democrat judges and talking about where they live and their names. That's happening. Funny how that doesn't matter. Both of them matter in the case, or rather all doxing matters in actual doxing, not government officials. The point is, you know who a judge is. They're getting people to actually go after them personally, as opposed to, we want to know who the name is of this cop who's arresting somebody illegally. How dare you dox a government? That's what's happening. Everywhere.
This is part of that same ring. The defendant abused undocumented alien females, according to co-conspirators who were under his control while transporting them throughout our country.
Okay. So based on the people that they're dealing with, they claim he did all these things. I just don't feel like we should be giving it that much weight when these people have been proven to be liars. And when I mean liars, I want to be clear. I don't mean just that they lie about things. We've seen them, as Melnick has pointed out many times, like patching together, like building from whole cloth narratives to cover up what they did. And I mean, like, that we can literally prove that Bondi and others knew what they were doing, that they were blatantly lying around people's lives. Nome is even worse. Just think about that and wonder whether they would. I mean, I'm going to hold, when this gets to actual place where we can see some facts, it'll be a lot to talk about. And I mean, look, I have a really strong feeling that this is either going to be nothing, like they literally don't have any of this stuff, or that it ends up being produced to show you flimsy, hearsay, secondary arguments that hopefully won't hold up in court for anybody. Not just this person, but anybody being leveled from governments with allegations they can't back up and shouldn't hold up in court. But that's what I think is going to happen. We'll see what happens.
This defendant trafficked firearms and narcotics throughout our country on multiple occasions.
Oh, you forgot
They were
a legend.
using vehicles, SUVs, with added seats in the back, floors that had been ripped out, guns, narcotics, children, women, MS-13 members. That is what.
So the question is she now talking about the people that she's working with? Did they do all those things? And then by virtue of being alleged to be part of it, he's guilty too? Or are you literally claiming Garcia did all these things? If that's the case, how in the world do you have evidence for all of this? From 2019, like you're talking about, so at least from there forward, you're telling me these guys produced you a file that proved all this? How does that make sense? Were they taking pictures? I'm telling you guys, something about this just does not feel right to me, obviously.
the grand jury found. A co-conspirator alleged that the defendant solicited nude photographs and videos of a minor. A co-conspirator also alleges the defendant played a role in the murder of a rival gang member's mother. These facts demonstrate Abrego Garcia is a danger to our community.
Wow.
We want to thank the Department of Homeland Security, the FBI, our state and local partners, our acting U.S. Attorney Robert McGuire, and prosecutors from the Joint Task Force Vulcan. Questions?
Attorney General, the traffic stop that we've seen video of from Tennessee, where Abrego Garcia was first identified by the local authorities, at the time, the Homeland Security Department declined to take custody of him. What has happened in between that time and in between the time that the government has been arguing that he was not returnable from El Salvador? What has happened since in this investigation that brought you here?
Yes, the question was in 2021, there was the traffic stop. And what has changed since then? What has changed is Donald Trump is now president of the United States and our borders are again secure.
You see how stupid that is? Seeing as how in 2019 is when Donald Trump's administration gave him a withholding of removal. 2019. That's when they claimed the evidence about being a gang member. Don't forget, I mean, it's insulting to your intelligence to pretend like this is only Biden, it's only them. But you see, again, it adds to the people who only want to see the boogeyman in a D, only want to go after, the one side of the paradigm.
And thanks to the bright light that has been shined on Abrego Garcia, this investigation continued with actually amazing police work.
You mean post-2025? It doesn't seem very honest if it continued only after it was in your interest to manufacture a case that made you not guilty anymore, which I find hard to believe is even the case.
And we were able to track this case and stop this international smuggling ring from continuing.
You could just see that she's trying so hard to push this out the boundaries. Like, this is all based on allegations. And she's screaming, but that now it's become an international trafficking ring. It certainly could be, but this is not what you do when you're laying out a case. This is what you do after you've put someone behind bars.
These were recently found facts, right?
Yes, okay. Recently found facts.
To that point, can you just explain when this investigation was opened?
Yeah.
Investigation in Tennessee. Can you say when that investigation was opened?
Well, the grand jury indicted on May 21st. This investigation has been ongoing.
The case has been hotly debated here in Washington. In your mind, does this resolve that issue in terms of his deportation? And should this be seen in any way as complying with the judge's order to return him to the U.S. and the Supreme Court ruling that the U.S. government should facilitate?
Of course not.
There's a big difference between what the state of play was before the indictment and after the indictment. And so the reason why he is
back and was returned was because it's an arrest warrant.
Of course. We have it's got nothing to do with the Supreme Court. We don't care what they have to say. We did it because we suddenly discovered something, and now we want him back because justice. Does anybody believe that? Do Republicans believe that? With everything they've said, he'll never. Do you realize on post May 21st is when she said the indictment was leveled? They were saying he'd never come back, right? So were they lying to you then? This is my point, guys. It's so easy to see through lies like this because they're being clumsy about it. They're making this up. Now, I can't say every part of it. I do kind of feel that. But you can clearly see that they're kind of building this in a way to make it seem like they were never going to bring him back until this epiphany occurred, and now we're doing what we think is right. When in reality, they failed. Right? They tried to get this guy out of the way. They were forced to bring him back, or they told you they wouldn't. And now it's being forced to happen. And they knew when it does happen that they'd have to then prove their claims. So they dragged their feet until they could put this together. Maybe it's real. But with all that, knowing that which is the case, it's highly likely that they fudged it or lied about it entirely.
Which was presented to the government in El Salvador. So there's a big difference there. As far as whether it makes the ongoing litigation in Maryland moot, I would think so, but we don't know that. This, he just landed today.
Jake, CBS.
I just want to confirm what you said earlier, that you're intending to prosecute him and keep him in an American prison if he's found guilty, and then would remove him after his sentence is over.
Correct. Yes, he will be prosecuted in our country, sentenced in our country if convicted, and then returned after completion of his sentence.
Now, you want to explain why that makes sense? Why go through the process of convicting him of a crime if you're going to deport him to another place where that doesn't mean anything anymore? See, this is the same point. This is clumsy. And you can see right through it if you're just not lying to yourself. Okay, here's what's funny. They just made the exact opposite argument with the person that was supposed to be a criminal or was an MS-13 leader, remember? Where they dropped, they were going to go after him because he was a criminal. He wanted to go to prison. And then they dropped the case and they sent him over to El Salvador. And this is a guy that Boukele is accused of working with. There's such hypocrites around this. The bottom line is if you try to go through this process and present the evidence and charge him with the crime, found him guilty of a crime, if you then send him to El Salvador, that was all meaningless. There's no meaning for that because it's not going to hold up in El Salvador. He's going to go to El Salvador in a place where the criminals can easily maneuver around the government. They work with the government. That's been proven many times over. Even the U.S. government called it out before this. So just think about that. That is absurdly obvious. They're doing this to go through the motions to make it look like this. I think they've patched this together to make this argument, to make it appear that way, to then send it back to the same place they did, which will still be a violation of the same Supreme Court ruling. It's obvious what's happening, I think. Hold on. That was accidental. I'll come back to that.
Sadie, Wall Street Journal.
Okay. I have two. One's on topic, one's off topic. Maybe I misunderstood you, but you were mentioning, that he had some involvement in a murder, or was connected to groups that had, involved with this other smuggling ring. But to be clear, the only charges he's facing right now are the, human smuggling charges. Just that's the one offense. But the other things that you have talked about are not actually in the indictment.
Mm-hmm.
No, co-conspirators allege that.
Even though she said, that's why I made the point, very clearly that he did those things over and over, which are clips you already see circulating on Twitter right now, where Barney says he did this and he's that, even though he just made the case for me.
And we were clear to say that he is charged with, it's not only very serious charges of alien smuggling. And again, there were children involved in that, human trafficking.
Okay, but see, she just did it again. You can't keep conflating what is alleged that you're not charging him with in even the indictment with what you keep pretending is the absolute fact. The indictment is clear. It's only about the smuggling overlap. That does not make any allegations that she just laid out other than that. That's why the lady asked the question. Let me get this straight. You just laid out a whole bunch of bombastic claims, and the only thing you're charging him with was this one thing? That's exactly what they did first. MS-13 gang member, and then it became all sorts of other things. Terror was rapist, a murderer, gang member. They said all of them. And human trafficking was the one they laid on top of it, which they've now, I guess, feel they've patched together enough to make it actually happen. But they didn't prove it then. And the only thing they charged him with was, or rather they alleged was being a gang member. in regard to what they had to present to the Supreme Court after the fact. It's just they're stumbling through this whole thing in a very obvious way.
Not only in our country, but in our world is very, co-conspirators allege that, and we were clear to say that. He is charged with, it's not only very serious charges of alien smuggling. And again, there were children involved in that. Human trafficking, not only in our country, but in our world is very, very real.
Oh, thank you for that. Because important, we needed to know that, that's like talking about whether this guy's guilty of a murder and then going, but murder is so bad. Murder's everywhere. Murder's all over the place. What is that? That is not relevant. You're trying to do that to build the feeling of why this is so important. Again, she's very bad at this.
It's very dangerous. And as you saw recently in Virginia,
human trafficking is dangerous. Glad we're clear about that.
The arrest we made of the MS-13 member, unrelated to this, we learned at that press conference, that's where they bring young children.
Okay, so she's about to lurch into some argument about other MS-13 gang members for a person that has never yet been proven to be a MS-13 gang member. Why do you think that's relevant? Because people are going to go, oh, that's what he's doing. Oh, it's so bad. Has nothing to do with him, at least not provably at this point. That's why she's doing that.
Into our country, and they start grooming them at middle school age to become MS-13 full-fledged members, commit violent crimes throughout our country. It is highly organized. It is very dangerous, and they are living throughout our country.
Okay, that's no bearing on the question she asked you, which is basically why only one thing when you have all these other allegations, and then she just spins out into more allegations and more broad statements.
But no more, because they are being arrested, they are being prosecuted, and being convicted and deported when appropriate.
Great. And so you're supposed to pretend that's happening. Therefore, when I deport somebody, that's who they are. Just keep thinking that.
That's all for today. Thank you.
Right. No more questions because I'm clearly getting seen for what I am. Well, here is the overlapping point of Boukele saying that, what am I going to just bring him back? I can't just smuggle him into the country. It just shows you how silly it all is.
Can President Boukele weigh in on this? Do you plan to return him?
Well, I'm supposed to not suggesting that I smuggle terrorists into the United States, right?
It's always
how can I smuggle? How can I return him to the United States? Like I smuggle.
Okay, so was he not already being accused of crimes? What's the difference here? You see what I'm saying? So it's supposed to matter to the president of El Salvador that the U.S. government has a legal document? Why does that make any sense to anybody? It's just so stupid and obvious. And this is the best they can conjure? It's just so flimsy. The bottom line is, and the court already proved that the U.S. government was functionally in control the whole time. We all know that. This is all a very clumsy patch together to make it appear as if they aren't the ones that just had to bow to what the Supreme Court was demanding. And it's as simple as that. And that's just hubris right there, guys. That's all that is. Now, here he is after he's been released. Boukele speaks up after Garcia has been sent back. And he says, as I said in the Oval Office, I would never smuggle a terrorist in the United States. Still calling him a terrorist now. Haven't even proven he's part of the gang, but that terrorist has been the allegation they've run with because they're patching together a narrative. I would never release a gang member into the streets of El Salvador, except the ones you make deals with and do that though, right? These people are all doing the same thing. I'll include this for you because it's important. Secret Boukele deal lies behind Trump's El Salvador deportations. There's a lot of evidence in here, guys. It's very easy to see. And he goes, that said, we work with the Trump administration. He did that because now he has been brought back, you see. So he says, that said, we work with the Trump administration. And if they request the return of a gang member to face charges, we wouldn't refuse that. So I don't think you realize how stupid that sounds. So nobody asked you to smuggle anything. They were saying the court ruled he had to facilitate the return. So they were making fun of the fact that you were acting like we can't just smuggle him. Well, Trump could say, I want him because the court said. That's it. So the only difference is you're claiming he has charges. That's it. Does anybody buy that? But he goes, no more margaritas under custody. You mean those fake cups you set down that everyone exposed because you set that Photoshop up? He even claimed that. It's so obvious, guys. I mean, does anybody buy this stuff anymore? I mean, am I just preaching to the choir out there? Here's what Pam Bondi had to say. Maybe I misunderstood. Pam Bondi dodges as reports. Actually, this is sort of redundant. I'll probably go over this in the future. I've already gone, not that it matters, but I'm going well past the time I was supposed to be done. But the bottom line is, it's obvious to me and people that are paying attention, I think, that they're trying to kind of sidestep a lot of this because I feel like it's obvious. But DC Drano comes out, like I told you, and says, Democrats fought like hell to bring back MS-13, Maryland dad, back to America. Well, a lot of other people fought not to bring him home, but to make sure the government cares about the Constitution. Apparently, you don't care about the Constitution. That's okay. He says, well, now they got their wish. One small issue, he's been indicted for human trafficking. Do you know what an indictment is, bud? I don't think you do, especially since you're waiting around your phase 1 Epstein binder while you're still promoting the fact that the people trying to hide that from you. The point is clearly it's an allegation. So it doesn't vindicate your claim here, man. And he goes, be careful what you wish for. The government can accuse people of anything. In fact, they accused you guys of being anti-Semites and terrorists back when you were wearing red hats and it was on the other side of the paragraph. The point is they can accuse you of damn near anything. But to him, that means it's proven, or at least he's framing it that way for people out there that don't know any better, playing on the lowest common denominator. Now, DHS has released the investigative report. This is back from April. And it's very clear what this stuff shows you. I've already gone over all of this. This is the crux of their argument, guys. So you can see for yourself. This is the investigative unit on December 1st, 2022. Now, she said 2021, by the way, just showing you how frivolous they are. That was Bondi, claiming it was 2021 when it was 2022. Received information that Garcia was queried by Tennessee Highway Patrol. It says, the sources indicate that Abrego was identified through official law enforcement investigations as MS-13. Now, we've talked about this. That right there, as even Zenas in the recent court ruling made clear, that was only regarding what the cop who was later fired for corruption was alleging from one anonymous source. That is not proof of anything. That had cascaded through these documents, through deportation discussions. That's why these people, when pulled them over, had that, because that came up. Of course, when there was no actual meat, they let him go with a traffic ticket. But so they point to that. That's all they have. And it says he was suspected of labor human trafficking. Now you realize labor and human trafficking is very different. I mean, it's a large category. But when you say human trafficking, people always assume in a sexual context. When you're talking about labor trafficking, we're talking about people being moved, who are legal aliens in regard to working certain places, which is talking about the law. It still matters. The point, though, is it's a very big difference in the way they frame that. So that's why they've said migrant smuggling or whatever the way they frame that. But it says on the 1st December, subject was observed speeding, unable to maintain the lane, and subsequently pulled over. Upon approach, and I can just play the clip for you right now. The point is there was 8 people in the car identified who it was subject being the driver, being him. Subject stated he was driving 3 days ago from Houston to Texas. There was no luggage in the vehicles, leading the encounter officer to suspect human trafficking incident. Certainly possible. All the passengers gave the same home address. That's my point from before, is that if he was bringing them to work, which is what he claimed, that wouldn't be that far-fetched. But it says during the interview, subject pretended to speak less English than he was capable of, which certainly could be the case. Frankly, I think that's all that happens often with this situation, whether or not they're truly committing a crime, and attempted to put the encountering officer off track by responding with questions, or that's just the reality of it. When asked, the point is I'm showing you how flimsy this is. This is what they've got. When asked what the relationship he had, he registered owner of the vehicle. He replied the owner of the vehicle was his boss, right? So he's bringing people there was the point, and that his work is construction, which is true. Encountering officer decided not to cite the subject for driving infractions, but gave him a warning citation for driving with an expired license. That's what happened. Encountering officer gathered names of the other occupants in the vehicle. Basically couldn't read some of them, didn't pursue it further. As a result, he did not pass the names on. No incident report. So they don't even have the names of who they were with, apparently. And yet somehow they've patched this all together. Doesn't seem like that makes sense to me. But again, we'll wait to see what actually happens. So that's about the traffic stop. So you realize when they say it said MS-13, that's what they're pointing to. Things like this, or the deportation documents that aren't proof of anything, that were based on one person who was later fired for corruption that they point to. 3 documents say MS-13. That's what they do. They misrepresent the reality, and they know they're lying to you guys. They very much know that. So this goes over both these documents about, that's the same one. That's the same document. And this is just simply outlining this from the Homeland Security. And it's all the same information. It's very short. That's all it is. So here, and I'll just play this clip. This is Bread and Circus shared this. And there's two parts to it. I'll show you both these, and I'll make the point from what N. Wokeness shared.
To a 2022 traffic stop in Tennessee, where the Department of Homeland Security said Abrego Garcia was pulled over with a vehicle full of passengers who all gave his home address as their own. The Trump administration has admitted his deportation to El Salvador was what they called an administrative error, but had refused to facilitate his return despite a Supreme Court ruling. Let's get right to ABC's Catherine Falders, who has this exclusive reporting. So, Catherine, what do we know so far?
So, Diane, what we know is that Kilmar Abrego Garcia is back on his way from El Salvador to the United States. He's flying here and should land late this afternoon in the United States. Now, we're told by sources that he's on his way back because he is facing criminal charges. He's been indicted by a federal grand jury, an indictment that remains under seal on charges related to human trafficking. So once in the United States, he will face federal criminal charges for allegedly transporting undocumented migrants within the United States. And as you mentioned, that stems from what we've reported on previously, that 2022 Tennessee Highway Patrol traffic stop where Abrego Garcia was pulled over for speeding. He was in that car with 8 other people who he was transporting. He was originally let go with a warning by the sheriffs, but those sheriffs were speculating off camera that that could be related to potentially transporting undocumented migrants. Now, it's important.
Yeah, see, evidence is what matters there, though, right? People thinking it might be the case is not usually carried forward 6 years later and reinvestigated and laid out with new more, just think about how wildly unprecedented this is.
Important to note here that this investigation, these federal charges, did not really get put into motion until April. That was weeks after he was deported and after the government admitted that he was mistakenly deported. So this federal investigation started when he was already in El Salvador. Of course, this is a mechanism to bring him back to the United States.
And as well, as April, she said, rightly so, is they were still going, he'll never come back, even as they were patching together a case for that very purpose. Just, it shows you how dishonest this is. Now, this is a clip that shows you the actual, it's cut down on purpose. And Wokeness says, Abrego Garcia was busted driving 8 men without any IDs across the country for a confirmed illegal human smuggler. See how dumb this gets? How this gets cascaded out into allegation, becomes fact, becomes partisan concepts. He says he's hauling them for money. There goes the narrative. See, and people buy this stuff because Wokeness has 3 million followers, and that's all made. And this gets circulated out, and this is how the game goes. Here's the clip.
How dark are your windows? Huh? How dark's the back windows? Windows? Stand by. How dark are they?
The colors.
Yeah.
From Texas is good.
How many rows have you got in here? 4?
Where?
4 seats? 4 rows of seats?
Yeah, it's 3 seats. Yeah, with him. Yeah.
See, I mean, you could choose. I mean, look, there's plenty of reason to be suspicious here, but you could choose to make this into what you want it to be, or you can consider the alternative possibility that he is bringing people, maybe even illegal aliens. That's certainly possible. And you could call that smuggling, but to work for somebody and they work all, I mean, you realize that Trump already said he would give a pass to certain restaurant workers and certain farm workers if they said that. So you can't start splitting hairs about which illegal immigrants you think are okay because of your political standing. The bottom line is they might be going to work with the person he works with. He let him use the car. He's bringing him there, or it's a smuggling operation. The point is you don't know. So people like Wokeness, the rest that are already jumping to conclusions just like they did last time. They're out there doing it because that's their job. You know, whether they choose that to be the case or because they're driven to it, they're out there lying for their side. I care about the facts, whether it means he's a smuggling a trafficker or whether he's being lied about. I care about that, and I want that to be shown to you. I just think it's infuriating that we have to deal with people like this who muddy the waters. Like here, Holman are out there screaming about people asking for the names of government officials and how that ruins everything and makes everyone in danger. And you got people like this who are out here lying about everything, who are screaming up, who are doxing actual people. It just shows you how one-sided this all is. Anyone breaking the law, it should matter. You want doxing somebody, it should matter. But actually, they're trying to use actual, what's the right word for it? just the law, the reality of it, using that to try to hide these people behind it is just, it's just so dishonest.
Did y'all put an extra one in?
Huh?
Did y'all put another one in?
No.
Did it come like this?
Use the truck.
I've never seen one with that many seats in it.
What you say? He's my boss.
I said I've never seen one with that many seats.
Oh,
in
really?
It. Yeah.
And look, he's got his boss on the phone right there.
That's why I was asking if you put an extra one in.
No, it's the same. Like this.
Okay.
You know what you got, right?
This is the only point that really matters here is that so this is what they then use to assume everything. Now, of course, it matters. The cop is a cop. He knows what he's doing, but cops are wrong all the time. They can lie. They can be, it's ultimately ended in a warning citation. That's what matters.
You know what you got here, right?
No.
He's hauling these people for money is what he's doing, but sometimes they commingle dope. And
No, but
he,
did you see how squad in the back?
there's 8 people in there.
Yeah, I know. I didn't know that. They put an extra.
Okay. I mean, that should be considered like everything else. But since he let him go with a ticket, meaning they didn't have enough evidence to make that allegation, right? And that it's his boss's car and that he works with this guy in construction. I mean, what are we building off of? I mean, how do we not recognize the most likely possibility, even if he is breaking the law, that this government is building this to hide their own crimes? I just think it's so frustrating. And again, if it comes to the point to where they produce the evidence in the court of law, then we win, because that's all we actually wanted was due process for the government to prove the allegations, as they're just frivolously sending people to foreign prisons without even proving who they are, which has happened a lot up until now. It's been, I mean, in many cases, the courts have kind of put a stop to the rapid escalation of it, but it's just everywhere, guys. I'm just hoping people can start to question this stuff. And as a few examples on the way out, I thought this was wild. This is one, every day I see something like this. ICE detained a U.S. Marshal who matched the general description of a person of interest inside Arizona Immigration Court. The point like this, if this was in the beginning of this, when they just rushed off 200 something people without any due process, what happens if you're a Mexican marshal with your board shorts, no ID, and you're screaming, "I'm a U.S. citizen"? That didn't work for the other guys. Suddenly you're in El Salvador. No one's talking. I mean, no one even cares what you have to say because they think you're lying anyway. Obviously, that seems so far-fetched to people. It's already happened. There's already examples of at least 2 or 3 people that I can recall that were sent, who were innocent, who were here legally, who don't have tattoos, who just got caught up in all of it, and nobody was there to stop it. Nobody cared. And yes, they have the right, that people who are on visas. There was American citizens that were seconds away from being sent if the court hadn't stopped them, who were later then able to prove they were American citizens. But what happened if they didn't stop it? This has to show you how frivolous this is. And they're trying to patch together this bombastic case to try to hide everything else. And then let's not forget Stephen Miller. Here's Melnick pointing it out. He simply says, your friendly reminder that Stephen Miller has been on the record as being motivated by hate since he was literally in high school, and that Trump himself has joked about Miller's dislike of people who are different than him. As it says, Mr. Trump may not complain about Mr. Miller, but he does occasionally poke at his obsession with immigrants. A hostility that goes far beyond Mr. Trump's. In one meeting during the 2024 campaign, Mr. Trump said that if it was up to Mr. Miller, there would be only 100 million people in this country, and they would all look like Mr. Miller, according to a person with knowledge of that comment. Caroline Leavitt, Mr. Trump's spokesman, denied the comment. Of course, denied the account. I simply said, #Zionism. The reality to me, he is a very clear agent of Israel, in my opinion, acting through the Zionist agenda and proudly pointing that out. You can disagree with me. That's very clearly what I think the evidence shows. For me, the point is, whether that's driving him or not, that this is the person who's orchestrating this entire thing, who's been caught lying, misrepresenting entire 7-0 losing cases for the Supreme Court as somehow winning. He's a dishonest manipulator, and he's proudly telling you that he hates people that don't look like him. How does that not affect, your impression of all of this? And this is just one of the many cases. I'll include the one about the teen. A teen that was wrongly sent to El Salvador that, as far as I could tell, has never come back. The guys literally rolled up on people they were going for, and the other guy said, that's not the guy. And the leader said, take him anyway. It's literally on the record. He got taken to El Salvador. No tattoos, no criminal record. He was here legally. How does that even make sense to anybody? And you can prove it. You can prove it like a lot of cases. People are either refusing to acknowledge or look at it because they don't want it to be true, or they just don't care. And either way, that makes me pretty upset. This is happening right now. We're watching this breakdown. If you care about these things, fight for it, guys. Don't fight for whatever the partisan agenda points at. Fight for what you believe in. Stand up for your principles. Have never been a more important time to do it because it is literally diminishing in front of you. For whatever the reason is, make up your own mind about why, but acknowledge the problem. As they say, the first step in solving any problem is acknowledging that it exists, seeing it and calling it out. Because until we get there, until we can agree on the problem, they're going to keep dividing us, guys. Thank you for tuning in. Please get this out to people. If you believe in this platform, if you appreciate the work we put forward, the effort it takes to put all this together and try to give you commentary that helps people inform. If you believe in this and you like the work and you appreciate it, you find value in it, show us that. We do this for free. We put this out for everybody. A lot of time goes into it, and we'd like to keep doing this. All right, we'd like to continue to grow this platform back into what it was before we got attacked 15 different ways after October 7th. So reach out. If you'd like to support us in other ways, if you have a different way, if you want to work with TLAV in some way, reach out to us. Call the, I'll include it down below. I'm trying to remember where I put that. I want to take time to look it up. But, call us on the office line so I don't miss it. Reach out to us. But if you're out there and support the work in general and you believe in this and you want it to keep continuing, find a way to donate to us. On a recurring donation would be the best. But the bottom line is we need you to keep going. So thank you for being here. As always, question everything. Come to your own conclusions. Stay vigilant.